All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you're new. Appreciate you guys joining me today. And as always, I appreciate you waiting patiently for the intro to finish up there to let more people kind of file in. I hope everybody is doing well today. We have some more PlayStation related topics to go over and discuss here today. Now, if you look at the title and thumbnail, we do have more than just one topic. I feel like I should let everybody know about that. We actually have 6 total topics, and in just a moment here, I'm going to run down the topic list and let you know what we're going to be discussing, but I also want to let you know, and this is something I might start doing to try to make things a little bit easier for people who are tuning in. I'm going to try to list the topics out in the stream description going forward. So that way, if you're, at all interested in the streams, you'll know all the different topics that we're going to cover. Because to be honest, it gets too difficult to try to squeeze in all of the topics that we're going to discuss in a given stream in the title and thumbnails. So again, start checking the stream descriptions. It'll give you a quick rundown of all the topics we're going to discuss. But I'll, continue to do that at the beginning of each stream as well. Oh yeah, the beard looks a little bit different. Trimmed it up a bit. Oh, how obvious it is. I guess it's a little bit more obvious than I thought. But yeah, it was time. Time for a little bit of a shape up. I see that Boss is here with us today. I'm not sure if Luna's in here. She probably, I don't know, she might not be. She'll probably join us later, though. But yeah, let me run down the topic list and tell you what we have to discuss. Well, before I do that, Irfan is asking, did I watch Deadpool and Wolverine? I did, yeah. I just saw it yesterday. Really good movie. Really, really enjoyable. Laughed a lot. Was really awesome to see Hugh Jackman return as Wolverine. And yeah, there's some crazy stuff in that movie. If you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. No spoilers, of course. I don't want to spoil anything for anybody who's still planning on seeing it but hasn't yet. But it's really good. Do I recommend it? I do. If you watched the first 2 Deadpool movies, I mean, obviously it's an easy recommend. It's so interesting to see a rated R movie like this that is, I mean, fully rated R, under Disney and in the official MCU now. But yeah, there's some crazy stuff in that movie. It was a good time. I really did enjoy it. The theater that I was watching in, it was packed, and there was some cheering going on. There was a lot of laughing. It was a really enjoyable experience. So I definitely recommend it. Yeah, it's making a lot of money. B. Flesher says it somehow lived up to my expectations. Yeah, I saw that too. Robert Downey Jr. is back. This is not a spoiler, by the way. This was just officially announced. Robert Downey Jr. is back as Dr. Doom. Really, really interesting announcement. Certainly not one that I was expecting. I think most people were pretty shocked by that announcement. Obviously, when you think of Robert Downey Jr. returning to the MCU, you naturally think, oh, he's coming back as Iron Man. No, he's actually coming back as Dr. Doom. So, I don't know. The reception has been a little bit mixed from what I can tell. A lot of people are excited just because it's Robert Downey Jr., but there are also people saying that this is a strange move by Marvel because it's like, wait, he's Iron Man. Why? Like, you're just getting the same actor to play a different role, inside of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And then there's like theories that it's actually going to be like a variant of Tony Stark that goes bad or something and becomes Doctor Doom, which apparently in the comics, that's actually a thing that happens. So I don't know. I mean, it was just kind of a shocking announcement. Yeah, the Russo brothers are directing the next Avengers movie, so it'll be really interesting to see where they go from here. Certainly. I'm just excited to see Hugh Jackman back as Wolverine. And yeah, I mean, now Robert Downey Jr. is back as Doctor Doom. We'll see what happens, man. Is the MCU saved? I don't know. He should just play every character. Yeah, some people were saying that it seems like they're starting to get a little bit desperate by bringing back the same actor. So, we'll see. I mean, it's Robert Downey Jr. You know, it's hard. Like, even if he is playing a completely different character and, you know, he's a villain now, it's hard not to be excited at the prospect of that because he's such a great actor, you know? But anyway, let's go over the topic list here. Today, we're going to be talking about Bluepoint Games and their new project because there seems to be a potential, well, I don't know if it's a leak because I can actually show you. It's really blurry, but people believe that they've discovered more concept art from Bluepoint Games' next title. It's not confirmed, but either way, it seems to be concept art from a game that has not officially been announced by Sony. So we'll go over that. We're going to be talking about PlayStation VR 2 and how there was apparently a massive price cut that is leading to a surge, a pretty massive surge in PlayStation VR 2 sales. We're going to be talking about Lost Soul Aside because this is probably, as of right now, the biggest China Hero Project game that Sony is associated with, and we got new gameplay for it, which we'll put on screen a little bit later and check it out, and we'll talk about it. We are also talking about a new PlayStation 5 feature that was just announced with the latest PS5 update or the beta that apparently fans who've went hands-on with it are saying it's actually game-changing, which is interesting. We're talking about Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver 1 and 2 remasters seemingly being discovered. And finally, we're talking about the SAG-AFTRA strike that is now a thing happening in the video game industry. And we're going to talk about how this is going to impact the industry, but also how apparently games like GTA 6 and many others are exempt from this strike. So I actually might move that topic up the list just because it's pretty significant. I think people are going to want to know what's going on here. Boss, it's not time for snacks, bro. It's not time yet. All right, it's not time to feed the beast. So before we dive into any of these topics, thank you guys so much for joining me today and for watching. If you're here live, if you can't catch the streams live, but you watch them later on, I also want to make sure to thank you guys for that. I very much appreciate the viewership. Hold on, boss. Don't make me do it. I want to get through these topics. Don't make me escort you out of the room, bud. Just chill. But yeah, if you're somebody who can't watch live and you're watching later, just want to make sure to thank you guys. Hit the like button if you enjoy the streams or if you enjoy the content. We are sitting at 48 likes. The like button lets me know you enjoy the content and it helps out the streams tremendously. I want to let you know a couple of ways you can support the channel directly. Number one, consider becoming a channel member. You gain access to exclusive perks such as the Members Lounge and exclusive member gameplay. And you also get emojis and whatnot. I do want to let you guys know we are 17, I think. Let me double check. No, sorry. We are 27 members away from being able to unlock another emote. And I have one ready to go. So I'm just going to throw that out there. The goal obviously is 25, but if we hit 27, we'll actually be able to add another emote to the list here. But yeah, if you are already a member, please consider gifting memberships and consider donating a super chat. Ask a question, give an opinion, make a statement. It all helps. This cat, bro. Concord workplace drama is wild. What's going on there, Capono? What's going on there, bro? All right, we are going to dive into the first topic here, though, which talks about Bluepoint's next game potentially being spotted. This comes from PlayStation Lifestyle, and it says, evidence is mounting that the new Bluepoint PS5 exclusive game, which has been in development for a while, is a high fantasy title. The latest leak, if we can even call it that, comes from an official PlayStation video, which features concept art that aligns with what we previously unearthed from the Insomniac Games hack. Rewind to last December, when players dug through leaked Insomniac Games data and found concept art purportedly from a new Bluepoint Games IP. The art depicted a high fantasy desert setting of sorts. The image was struck down from numerous websites, but a copy can still be seen on X. Honestly, if you just Google Bluepoint Games concept art, it'll be the first thing that comes up. I can't show this previously leaked concept art because it was from an Insomniac hack. I can show you the new images, though. It says, fast forward to this week when Malaysian Minister Gobind Singh Dio visited PlayStation Studios' Malaysia office and posted a brief video of his tour on LinkedIn. For a split second, the video showed a developer speaking to Dio in front of his monitor screen, and hawk-eyed users noticed that the concept art on the screen resembled what they had previously seen within the Insomniac leak. And so it says you can see the concept art at around the 22-second mark. I'm going to bring it up here. It's very blurry, but this is what people discovered. And it says a zoomed-in pixelated copy can be seen on Reddit. Bluepoint Games has been tight-lipped about its next project, but has rubbished the rumors of a Bloodborne remake/remaster by stating that it's working on an original IP. If the above images are from Bluepoint's new title, it certainly looks like a fresh undertaking. And so, yeah, as you can see here, again, this was zoomed in on a person's screen, and I'm actually able to show this because this was posted officially in a PlayStation video. This was not discovered through a hack or anything like that. And it's not much to go off of, but what people are basically pointing out here, I'm zooming it in a little bit, covering my face a bit. People are pointing out that the aesthetic of this concept art, generally speaking, seems to match the general aesthetic from the leaked Bluepoint Games concept art. And we've been talking for a little while now about the idea of, Bluepoint Games making a brand new IP for PlayStation 5. And it's kind of like, well, they say they're making an original title, but they don't say, boss, what are you doing to my shirt, dude? Get off my shirt. What are you trying to tell me? I think boss knows something about Bluepoint Games. But yeah, people are like really trying to figure out with Bluepoint, like, are they actually making a new IP, or are they making like a like an Uncharted game, a God of War game, something spin-off? And again, we only had a single piece of concept art. Now, this is coming from PlayStation Malaysia, and people who've been following PlayStation Studios very closely have discovered that PlayStation Malaysia is working on a project, but the details of that project are very obscure and not known. But what would, I should say, make the most sense is the idea of Bluepoint Games working with PlayStation Malaysia. Basically, PlayStation Malaysia acting as a support studio for Bluepoint and their new IP. That's basically what people are thinking we're looking at here, is that we're seeing new concept art for a new PlayStation IP, and PlayStation Malaysia is actually supporting Bluepoint Games. This is potentially very exciting because, I'll be honest with you, when it comes to Bluepoint Games, it would be quite a massive leap to go from being one of the most renowned remaster/remake studios to just suddenly, boom, here's our own original game. We know that they have a lot of talent. We know that they know what they're doing in terms of just overall game development. What we don't know is what an original game from them would look like. To me, getting a brand new IP would actually be significantly more exciting than getting a game that is based on a established property like a new Uncharted or an Uncharted spinoff or a God of War spinoff. A lot of people do believe that maybe this is the Atreus game. It's worth noting that we do not have confirmation that it's actually a new IP. I do want to make it known that with everything I'm saying, it still could end up being attached to an established IP, but it's looking more and more like Bluepoint is actually making a brand new game from scratch. And if that's the case, it would also explain why we haven't gotten an announcement yet, why it's taking so long. We know that new IPs, especially, if this is the studio's first time making a new AAA IP, they can take many years to develop. Longer than a sequel, certainly longer than a remake or remaster. But yeah, if we look at this concept art a little bit more closely, I'm going to really zoom in here. Don't mind me covering up my face. I just want to get a better look. So this looks like a costume for a character. And it definitely has an interesting look to it here. I don't know, like, what kind of vibe are you getting from this? It looks like they're holding some kind of weapon on the left there, on the left side. And it almost looks like you can actually see, I don't know, like if I'm looking to the right, I can't really see a character's face or anything like that. But I'm trying to look at this and think, like, does this clothing, what this character's wearing, does it look like, it looks like a sequel to Recore? Does it look like it would fall in line with any game currently that we know of at PlayStation? I can't really think of anything. Nothing is coming to mind here. Looks like a robot, you think? Tenchu vibes? Looks like Dune. It's Metal Gear. Honestly, I don't think this is Metal Gear, man. This doesn't look anything like Metal Gear. Looks boring. Well, we can't tell. Looks Chinese. Somebody said it's got like Egypt vibes. If we look here, I guess this is some kind of concept art for a level. It's really difficult to even make out what this is. Some kind of platform. I don't know what that is sticking out of the ground. Like a little tower of some kind. It's deep down. 240p quality, yeah, bro. Redfall graphics, bro. It's concept art. Now we're judging graphics based on concept art. What are we doing, guys? What are we doing here? Legend of Dragoon remake? No, they said it's not a remake. I know you guys are just kidding. I know. It's a robot tree. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is below Series S. But this is again, we don't know for sure if this is Bluepoint's concept art, but I highly recommend, although I'm sure most of you have already seen it, go check the concept art for from the Insomniac hack. It's much clearer than this. It's much more visible, but it does kind of share a very similar aesthetic. Babylon's Fall 2. Oh man, just what we need. Just what we need. Yeah, that's what we need. Babylon's Fall 2, PlayStation 5 exclusive. Bluepoint is remaking Babylon's Fall. Dude, I forgot about that game. Holy crap. That game crashed and burned real bad. Well, either way, as Bluepoint continues to work on whatever this game is, and as more time goes by, I assume we might start to see, a little bit more trickle out here and there. I'm surprised more hasn't come out, generally speaking, from PlayStation Studios, but we know everything about Insomniac, so there is that. Why is this such a secret? If I had to guess, it's because, again, like most PlayStation Studios don't want to reveal their games until they're much closer to launch. And when we think about a game like a new IP, potentially from Bluepoint, they might have no idea how long their timeline's going to be. It could take them 7+ years to make this game because it's their first time. So I could kind of understand, especially for Bluepoint games, why they're like, you know what, we're not going to officially announce this game until we hit a massive milestone that pretty much confirms we're going to be finished in the next year and a half. Because for all we know, if they are working on a new IP, they could be, still in the process of just, I don't want to say like building the foundation, but they could still be very far out from completion, which sounds disappointing. There's always the jokes that go around where it's like, oh, is it going to be it's going to be a PlayStation 6 game, and it's like, well, I would really hope not, because Bluepoint Games, their last title was Demon Souls at the launch of PS5. So it's like, I know I just said it could take 7 years, and if that were to happen, this is all pure speculation, but if Bluepoint Games, if their title were to take 7 years to develop, I mean, conceivably, it could be a PlayStation 6 title, which is insane to think about. Where's the link for this image? I found this on Reddit, the Gaming Leaks and Rumors Reddit, and there's a post, and it's actually linked there. But yeah, there we go. We have some type of newly. I don't feel comfortable using the term leaked because this was featured in an official PlayStation. Well, not an official PlayStation video, but on a LinkedIn profile. So I guess what I'll say is it is technically leaked, but it was captured on a screen at PlayStation's Malaysia studio accidentally, seemingly. And of course, it doesn't tell us that much, but it seems like there's a good chance this is Bluepoint's next game. We have like a potentially 3 different pieces of concept art now. So we will see, man. Time will tell. I do wonder if we're going to hear from Bluepoint this year. I'm starting to think we're not going to hear from Bluepoint this year. Maybe next year. So let me know what you guys think about that. But before I go on to the next topic, I do want to ask really quick. I saw people saying there's some kind of workplace drama going on with Firewalk Studios and Concord. Can you guys tell me what you're talking about? I haven't seen anything about this. Is it something serious? I haven't seen any reporting on it. You're saying I wouldn't call it leaked if it was released footage. It might be an oversight, though. Yeah, that's probably the best way to put it. It was unintentional. Yeah, because a leak implies that it was like kind of put out there purposely by somebody. Gaming Survivor is saying my honest review of this generation of gaming is that it's a waste of time. A lot of time and money for not much in return. Interesting. B Flesher, you're saying the head woman is just really egotistical at Firewalk or something? Concord developer demanded coworkers refer to her as professor, pushed extreme politics, and demanded her unvaccinated colleagues to be fired. What? Okay, hold on. There's a report here. It says a new report claims. So I guess this is a report coming from some. Okay, it just says a new report claims that one of the developers for Firewalk Studios' upcoming game Concord demanded her coworkers refer to her as professor, that she pushed, quote, extreme politics and demanded that her unvaccinated colleagues be fired. This new report comes from YouTuber Smash JT. I want to make it known, I do not know who this YouTuber is, so I have no idea the veracity of this. This is something after we go over it, I guess I'll probably have to look into a little bit more. So I'm just putting it out there because I don't know. If somebody hears this YouTuber's name and they're like, that guy's a clown or whatever, I don't know. I don't know who this is. But says Smash JT posted on X, Firewalk Studios, the studio behind the impending Concord flop, has serious internal issues. One of their developers, Lisa Brown, and he tagged her, came out as non-binary and forced everyone at the company to call her professor. She would regularly have meetings with cheesy phrases like technology/learning with the professor. She pushed extreme politics, hated guns, and wanted unvaxxed staff fired. Smash JT added, "This is just part of why Concord is such a delusional mess. I found out a lot more about the studio, just awaiting confirmation before going public with other stuff." It continues here saying, speaking specifically to Brown demanding she be called the professor, Smash JT said, quote, "The source was telling me that if people would not want to refer to her as that or didn't feel comfortable with it, then their job would be in jeopardy," meaning that this person had their pronouns pushed to the point of calling them something that they have not earned before. They didn't have any degrees or accomplishments to be called professor. They just decided one day when they woke up to say, "I'm professor now, and people should start calling me that." Dude, this is... What am I even reading right now? What is this? Smash JT continued, "Here's where it gets crazy. This change, according to the source, had led to a company-wide enforcement on adjustments in addressing and interactions, meaning that people were required to address people how they demanded to be spoken to. And meetings from this Lisa Brown developer, when they had these scrums together at the office, would be titled really weird things like meeting with the professor or teaching learning with the professor, which, as the source had reported to me, were not well received by the staff universally. Like many of the people at Firewalk Studios, felt uncomfortable around this person, but also felt like they'd be retaliated against if they tried to speak up and say anything, because the overwhelming architecture of the company, especially when it comes to HR, was very left-leaning, he added, meaning that it was very sympathetic to pronoun bias and how people are addressed and exactly how you need to report to people, and if you don't give them that respect, then you're the person in the wrong. Demanding individuals use preferred pronouns might seem innocuous and even appear to be an innocent way of signaling love and acceptance to a person, says Bishop Burbage. Okay, I don't know where this is going now. Says here later in the video, Smash JT detailed Lisa also was someone who advocated for firing people that refused to get vaccinated during the pandemic. Let that sink in just a little bit. Listen to how authoritative this type of personality is when they demand to be addressed a certain way. They demand people respect that they wake up and feel like they're non-binary one day and have to be addressed as the professor. Blah, blah, blah. This is just one of the employees that's in a high up position at a company making this game. He said, "Assertions made by this whistleblower give me the information as part of a much broader investigation that I have going on with the studio's culture and operational efficiencies. More of my investigation goes into further detail on HR and their cult mentality and how employees are afraid to speak out against any of the poor design choices for fear of being blacklisted at their own company. This ran through the entire organization insidiously and completely rotted it from the inside out. This is not the first time it's been reported that a Firewalk Studios employee engaged in bad behavior. Concord's lead character designer, John Wezawinski, I don't know if I said that right, revealed he was a woke activist in a discussion with former Bungie lead programmer Peter Katevsky in 2020. Katevsky posted on X, "Thinking that all white people are unconsciously racist is the same as thinking that all black people are unconsciously lazy." The Firewalk employee responded, "This is an oversimplification. The sentiment being expressed is that whites must acknowledge their privileged position and then actively work for equality. It will be hard and confronting work, but if we don't, we're complicit, and complicity allows systemic racism to persist." In another post, he declared, "I'm not accusing you/myself, all whites, of being Jim Crow racists. I also don't think anyone hearing it should immediately take it that way. Whites in America have always had an advantage in our social economic justice systems just because we're white." Okay, I mean, this is really going on here. How long is this freaking article? Gee. So, okay. Wow, I am shocked. Look at the shock on my face. Can you believe that these are the type of people who work at Firewalk Studios and made Concord? Gasp. So essentially, what we have here is a potentially damning report on at least one or two individuals who work at Firewalk Studios, one of which is apparently in a position of power where, yeah, it's just total delusion, dude. It's total delusion. And this is the problem within the video game industry in 2024. There are too many people like this that are able to make their way not only into the industry, but somehow make their way to positions of power where you're getting people that are like, you know what, I'm just gonna my pronouns. My pronoun is I identify as professor. You call me professor, and if you're unvaccinated, you should be fired. Just this extreme left insanity that, again, like that in and of itself isn't surprising because this is all around us and it has been for some time. What is surprising is how are people like this able to move up in rank? The only way I can think that's able to happen is that this is just becoming more widely accepted across these studios. Where it's and you know what the saddest part of this is, though, in my opinion, is that there's a part here where apparently, if it's to be believed, because again, these are all just accusations and, you know, it's just a report. But if it's to be believed, the saddest part, and it sounds believable to me, the saddest part is that the people working there, like at least a lot of them, are afraid to like speak up or do anything because they're afraid they're just going to get fired. And like that to me is the most believable thing. Where it's like there so many developers working on this game are probably like, because you know what, when you see something like Concord come out, exactly Capono, you're like, dude, this totally explains Concord. It does. It explains why when this game is finally shown and the reaction, like specifically to like the design of the characters, the reaction are people like looking at it being like, what the fuck is this? That looks atrocious. Like, this can't be real. Like, this looks terrible. And it like reveals that there's this kind of yes man, you know, type of mentality where people are just saying yes because they're afraid. They're afraid they're going to upset the woke higher ups and get fired and lose their job. And like, that's ridiculous, dude. Like, somebody, you know, it's so sad to think like Concord could have turned out better because there are probably people there that are looking at these designs and being like, this looks like trash, dudes. Like, somebody who's going to tell them? Well, let the internet tell them. Robot with pronouns. I mean, you do have to, like, I seriously have to wonder who at Sony bought this studio. Like, who said buy this studio, dude? This is some of the most insane shit. You're saying, wait, are you saying to me I'm so privileged that I don't even understand? What? No, to me, this doesn't have anything to do with privilege. This has to do with people like who are completely delusional and insane being in charge of things. Well, I mean, that could have been, yeah, it could have been sarcasm. I don't know. It's hard to read sarcasm. Well, call me professor. That's so weird. Like there's something going on a deeper level there psychologically. Like that, you know, like a person who feels a need to have people address them as professor. Like, it's like one thing if you're just joking about it. Like, yeah, just call me the professor, guys. It's another thing if it's like, you need to call me that or I'm going to have a problem with you. It's like, what? Like, who are you? And Corey Landiga drops a super chat. And Corey, you have to let me know, man. Was that just a donation or Did it not? Did your message not come through? You have to let me know because I'm not seeing anything on my end. Yeah, this happened here. My cat identifies as boss, and he demands I call him boss. Oh man. Oh man. Generic white male member for 11 months says my pronouns are dia/beatus. Yeah, I want to identify as a PlayStation 5. So from this point forward, I officially identify as a PlayStation 5. Yeah, I don't know, man. This wasn't a planned topic, but somebody had mentioned it, and looking into it here, I'm not saying that there isn't. I'm not here to say that this is true or not true. I'm just here to say that it would explain a lot. It makes a lot of sense. When you see a game like Concord, when it's able to get to this point where it's very clear it's going to struggle, and there were just so many different milestones that this game had to go through where people are just giving it the green light and saying, yep, let's go. Let's proceed forward. You really do have to question at some point, like, what is going on with the leadership of a studio like this, where how delusional or how in your own bubble do you have to be to think that this is going to go over well? B. Flesher, member for 14 months, says, I would have made Professor call me Emperor, and if she tried to one-up me, I'd make her refer to me as ultimate ruler of the universe. I win. Dude, B. Flesher, I feel like the problem with that, though, is like, I mean, obviously you're joking, but I don't know, there are people that they're really like that for some reason, and I don't get it. Like, I don't understand why people are so, it's like a really egotistical thing there. Like, just chill, just chill. Like, I don't know. I'm just at a point where it's like I'm tired of seeing people get so offended over everything. Like, I'm not saying. Are there multiple videos about this on YouTube? I didn't know that. Yeah, I'll have to look into it. Like, I just think it's very telling if it's like, I want to be referred to as Professor, and if I'm not, I'm going to be offended. And it's like, okay, well, you're weird. You're a weirdo. Okay? Like, we just need to establish that. If you feel like you need to be, like, you identify as Professor and that's how you need to be acknowledged, you're a weirdo. That's okay. You're allowed to be a weirdo. Nobody's saying you can't be a weirdo. But where things become problematic is when you start walking around demanding, no, that's what you will call me. That's what you identify me as. Where people are like, whoa, oh man, uh-oh. Like, no, I'm going to fucking call you by your name or by your job title. How about that? So this is where I feel like you're getting like just total brain rot people that are, entering the professional working world, and they just think that they're gonna they call me Dr. Professor. Well, Ghetto God says, MBG, I'd make her call me Super Duper Intergalactical Lord High Priestess Grand Chancellor Chief Wizard King Imperial Captain Shiznit of the world. That's my name. Well, hey man, go work at Firewalk Studios. Apparently they'll let you do that. They won't argue with you. They won't step in and be like, no. They'll say, yep. Identify as Skibbity Riz. Skibbity Riz. Corey says, I grin when randos get all uppity about their pronouns. I got my leg hacked off. I'm not going to demand to be labeled differently to feel better. Weaklings. Well, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, I think that it's all about. Sometimes I think that the culture today, it's all about who can be the most offended at all times. You know, where it's like, listen, some of the things, in fact, most of the things that people like want are not crazy things. Where it's like, you know, you want people to call you by a different name or something, or you know, identify you as something. I guess that's like whatever. Sometimes it's weirder than other times. Like in this case, where it's like I don't know why somebody would feel like they need to be called professor, when they're not a professor. Like that's a little weird. But this is where I'm just saying it's like if somebody turns to you and says no, I'm not going to call you professor. Like you shouldn't get offended by that. That shouldn't bother you. You should be able as a rational adult to totally understand why some person you're working with, if you're not a professor, doesn't want to call you professor. It's like, I don't know. It's weird, dude. It is weird, and I just don't understand why I just don't understand why people got to be so afraid of offending everybody. You know, because when I think about like what leads to a culture like that, if the studio culture firewalk really is that much of a dumpster fire, which I like, I wouldn't be surprised if it really was like that. You have to ask like how does it get to that point? And I think it's exactly kind of what that article was saying, where this person, this whistleblower or whatever, is essentially saying like people are just like afraid. They're like walking on eggshells, afraid to offend anybody, say the wrong thing, get canceled. It's like, what the hell kind of culture is that? That's super toxic, in my opinion. It's ridiculous when people compare it to assault. Yeah, definitely not the same thing. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I get that, like, you know, people can be hurt with words, obviously. Like that is a thing, but it's, you know, it's just like you can't compare somebody calling you something, calling you a name or making fun of you, in my opinion, to somebody coming up to you and just sucker punching you in the face. You know? Like they are two very different things. That maybe they both cause damage in different ways, but I don't know. I I do think that people, like, I'm not saying people should be like hardened rocks that don't have feelings, but it's like maybe just lighten up a little bit. Not, you know, it doesn't have to be that serious all the time. And Corey the Legend Landiga comes in and drops a 20 bomb on you guys. Corey's like, these fucking weaklings. Here's 20 memberships. He drops the 20. He does it in the name of boss. Joe, you're saying chill on the politics, please. Yeah, I'm not going to be talking much more about it. I am going to move on to the next topic, but it's, you know, it's going to be a hell of a thing. It's going to be a hell of a thing if in the coming days and weeks we start to see some big, I don't know, implosion over at Firewalk internally. I'm super interested in following this just because I want to know, like, do we have an accurate read on this studio? How big of a mistake did Sony really make here? Chill on the politics or else, MBG. Also call me Professor. But Corey, dude, thank you so much for the 20 bomb, bro. At this point, we're just 5 members away from hitting our goal. We're 7 members away from unlocking a new emote that I have ready. I've it locked and loaded, ready to go. So if we do hit 27, if we hit 25, we'll feed the beast. If we hit 27, we'll put that new emote up. But we will move on to the next topic here. I do apologize for kind of going off the established path here. But yeah, weird stuff going on, man, with Sony these days. I don't quite understand what's going on anymore. At least not fully. All right. So we talked about Bluepoint Games We talked briefly, we'll do a little side quest about Firewalk Studios. Now we're going to talk about PSVR 2. So haven't heard about, there hasn't really been much news about PSVR 2 for a little while, but we are apparently finding out it got a massive price cut. And because of that, it's starting to see a big boost in sales, which I guess is not surprising. But when you see just how significant the price cut is, it makes sense. And we have Gavin House with a super chat, continuing with what we were saying about Firewalk and that situation with the studio. He says, white privilege is a myth. Vast majority throughout history have lived in abject poverty, suffered through disease, famine, wars, child labor, and now we are meant to feel guilty for it. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Gavin. I think that, I'm not going to go on a long tangent about this, but I will say that what I notice with people in general, and I guess it really depends on the times, right? Like it fluctuates. Again, it's like a pendulum that's always swinging back and forth. It just seems to me like people who are wronged by a different group of people at certain points, it's like, I think the best thing to do would be for people as a collective to just let the shit go. Okay, like it's our past. We didn't get to decide what our ancestors did, right? And maybe we should just work together to just pave like a better future. Like I don't know, man. I feel like that's what Dr. Martin Luther King was basically preaching, right? Like, let's just stop labeling everything. Just work as one, like the human race, man. Regardless of skin color, regardless of where you come from. Like, it's not saying don't have respect for other cultures. Of course, respect other cultures. But just work, like focus more on working together rather than, but you did, this happened to my people in the past. I feel like it's fine to acknowledge that, and we do need to learn from that. But I just feel like there's a difference between learning from that and holding on to that. I don't know. Maybe there's people who disagree. Hellbound 1981 comes in, drops a 5-bomb. He drops a 5-bomb and brings us up to 25 members. Really appreciate that, Hellbound. Thank you for keeping it going. Just forget? No, I'm not saying just forget it. I'm not saying that. I mean, look, man, everybody's going to decide for themselves, what's worth holding on to and what's not. And I'm just, like, the only thing I'm trying to encourage right now for people is, and this is universal. This is not for one group of people. It's applicable universally to all people. I'm just trying to advocate for forgive and move forward. And if more people could do that, right? If more people as a collective could do that, dude, we would make so much progress. Truthfully, like if people were able to truly move forward in the name of we need to do better for ourselves and for everybody around us, rather than, well, we need to get even, or we need the scales to tip. No, like forget all that. I'm not saying everybody's going to agree with that. I'm not saying you're not going to have your assholes. You're always going to have your assholes. But it's like when we talk, again, not to go, we're going to get back on gaming. I just want to make sure I'm making myself clear here so people don't, misconstrue what I'm trying to say. It's like when we talk about, on occasion, politics, the left, the right, and I always say that, like, the truth of the matter is there are, like, way more normal, quote unquote, normal, reasonable, right-leaning people, left-leaning people, but you don't really hear from them because all you hear are, like, the maniacs, the extremists, the people where it's like they won't be satisfied until the other is just gone completely. Meanwhile, like 90% of people are just like, what the fuck? Like, I'm just trying to live, dude. Like, it's okay. Sometimes it's okay for people to disagree on things and to just agree to disagree as long as it's not hurting anybody. And usually the people who are doing the hurting, those are the extremists. Anyway, I don't want to go on and on. But that's all, man. I know, maybe my head's in the clouds. But I just really think that if more people kind of woke up and stopped living in fear constantly, stopped living in, in hate or in anger, it's easier said than done. I get it. But if more people did that, as cheesy as it sounds, it's like, dude, it's all energy, bro. That's the truth. The energy you put out in the world can be felt. And it does have an impact on everything around you. And I just think too many people are walking around not realizing that. All right. Noel says, play games. Well, hey, man, I can't help it, I can't help but stray sometimes. Stray. Like the game? Like the game Stray? Huh. Is MBG hinting at something? I don't know. Actually get some Trismegistus comes in, follows up Hellbound with a 5-bomb as well. Hellbound, sorry, I feel like I didn't celebrate your 5-bomb enough. Hellbound got us over 25, and then actually follows it up with a 5 of his own, bringing us up to 30. So guys, not only are we going to feed the beast, but you unlocked a new emote. So let me add that new emote. Give me one moment. It should be unlocked. It told me we needed 27. So let me make sure that's accurate. Let's see. Where are we at? So, why did they lie? Yo, YouTube just played me. I just had it here. They said you need 27 members. 27 more members for another emote. We got 30. Now it's saying you need 97 more members. What the fuck, YouTube? Well, now I got to figure something out here. Because I'm not going to ask you guys to drop another 97 members, especially because I don't... Dude, now I'm wondering if we did get another 97 members, are they actually going to give me another emote or what? That's really strange. Maybe I can... Guys, if we were to replace an emoji, before we move on here and feed boss and then get back to the gaming topics, if we were to temporarily replace one, which one? Which one should I replace? Because I was actually kind of excited to put this emote. It's nothing crazy. It's just one that some people were asking to for me to bring back. This is like when MBG realized there was a second part to fighting Melania in Elden Ring. It is kind of like that. It is, actually. Maybe the DualSense? What do you guys think? Should we replace the DualSense? I have to think about it. Get rid of hype. We don't need it anymore. Yeah, you're right. There's nothing to be hype about. Get rid of the yes emote. All right, I'll replace the yes one for now because I feel like that's a pretty simple one. Like you could always just type yes. Just for now. All right. I didn't expect it to go down this way. All right. It's up now. Back by popular demand. I hope it saved properly with a transparent background. We need cope. Cope. We need a cope emote. Oh no, it has a white background. Well, actually, I don't know. The white background's actually okay. Actually get some Trismegistus comes in and drops another 5-bomb on you guys. Exley and Corey and Hellbound are doing some heavy lifting today. Exley, thank you so much, man.
Say hello to democracy.
You just brought us up to 35 members on the day. Really appreciate the support, guys. Let's see if we can keep that member train going. Maybe we can hit 50 if we keep it going. But yeah, for those who can't tell, that's I mean, you should be able to tell that's Arnold Terminator, you know. All right, I do apologize for this going so off the rails. That Concord report really caught me off guard. But here's what we're going to do. You're saying I can't believe I got the platinum for donations. Well, yeah, man. You've been stepping up, actually, and dropping some member gifts, bro. Definitely appreciate it. I got a couple more super chats here. I'm going to read them, and we will move on and talk properly in depth about this PlayStation VR 2 situation. So we have Anthony Perez with a super chat, and he says, late to the stream, but I'm 99% sure the problem with Concord is that it's an incredibly unoriginal and uninteresting characters. The problem was the game, and gamers get lost in this other stuff. Yeah, I saw somebody say that Concord seems like a game that was made more for the development team than the gamer, right? And I get what they mean by that. Really quick.
Boasty, read me. It's time to feed the beast.
Time to feed him. Here we go. There you go, buddy. I haven't given him treats in like 4 days or like 3 days. So, as you can tell, my God, absolute savage. Yeah, Anthony, when it comes to what you're saying here about Concord, again, I think the reason why the game and gamers, as you're saying, are getting lost in this other stuff, you have to ask yourself, why are the characters so incredibly unoriginal and uninteresting? To me, it seems pretty clear that the reason for that, it does come in the form of, well, we need to make sure these characters all look a specific way and have certain traits that it's like, listen, I know, I understand. It's like, well, if you say anything about it, then you're the problem. And it's like, well, I mean, you know, you're kind of like making it obvious. You know what I mean? Like, you can't. I guess what I'm trying to say is, Concord to me falls in the trap that a lot of things fall into these days, where they have a message they want to send and they're yelling it too loudly. They're being too abrasive with their message. And the more abrasive they are with it, the more pushback they're going to get. They know that. They expect that. And you almost have to wonder if that's what they're aiming for. That, to me, is the problem. And that is why these characters are so unoriginal and uninteresting. It's because there's this kind of push behind it where it's like, who asked for a character like this? Literally nobody. Nobody asked for a character. Like, you wanted a character like this. The development team wanted a character like this to make them feel good, to make them feel like we're doing something that no other game would do. It's like, well, why do you think that is? See, this is where I think sometimes even developers or the leadership, they get lost in this kind of delusion of thinking that the reason why nobody makes characters like this is because they're all bigots or whatever, you know, or they're this or they're that. And it's like, or maybe it's just because, you know, that type of character you're making is super uninteresting to a point where nobody fantasizes about making that their avatar. You know, like literally nobody. Even the person who looks just like that doesn't fantasize about making their player character look like that. You know what I mean? It's like, damn, dude, I just don't get why there has to be such an aggressive focus on, well, it doesn't matter if people don't like it. It's like, no, it should matter. Like that should matter. That's the thing that gets me, is it's almost like their self-fulfilling righteousness. It's like that overrides what they're actually put in place to do, which is you are a development team who's meant to make characters that people get excited about and have good things to say about. So that way they buy your game and your parent company that bought you, Sony, makes money. And it's like, but the pronouns. It's like, no, robots don't need pronouns. Just make a fucking normal game, for fuck's sake. All right, I'm sorry. How do original characters look unoriginal? The big girl in the blue jacket who asked for that. I think that's a guy, actually. It's like, even if you want to remove the woke stuff, right? People pointed out, like, that one character, Tio, he's like the dude bro shooter guy. People were like shitting on his aesthetic because it's like, dude, he looks like he's wearing freaking football pads, man. Like, he doesn't look cool. Like, he actually looks terrible. Like this, like what, like his outfit legitimately looks bad. And it looks cheap, and it just, like, whatever you're going for here, this ain't it. And I'm seeing that coming from people who are seemingly interested in playing the game. Now, granted, that stuff like that can be remedied through, like, cosmetics and stuff, and they can take that feedback in, but I don't know, man. I think if we collectively as gamers, if we want to get to a point where it's like, keep the politics out of it, right? Or, it's gotten to a point where, all right, I know I said, this always happens. I said I wasn't going to go on too long, and I'm still going on. Just please humor me here, okay? Did you guys see with that new Batman animated show, they just announced that the Penguin is going to be female? Or did you see that in the latest Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League update, you play as is it Mrs. Freeze or whatever? But, like, they have this outfit where it's like, it, like, literally her entire outfit is like a rainbow flag, and like it's just a total LGBTQ outfit that, like, for this character, and people are just like, I just don't understand. Like, do these companies literally dislike money and not want money? Because it's getting so fucking ridiculous that even I think people who, like, do kind of support this stuff, even they're starting to be like, guys, you're making people hate us harder. Like, you're making people, like, you trying to shove this stuff down people's throats is having the opposite impact at this point. And it's just one of these things where, at what point, when do game developers specifically wake up and realize that maybe if we just stopped trying to cram it down people's throats and we just sprinkle it a little bit here and a little bit there and not draw too much attention to it and just let it coexist as just an option, maybe that would work. Oh, you're right. Maybe that would fucking work, because it's worked plenty of times in the past. And it would continue to work, because that's just called being balanced and reasonable and understanding that you're not trying to just appeal to one demographic. You're not. I just don't understand. I'm just a random YouTuber here. How can I figure this out? But these game development studios, comprised of, like, dozens of people, many of whom are educated, you know, and they've had to get degrees to get in the positions that they're in. And it's like, how do you guys miss this shit? How is this completely overlooked? The Leninator FFC, a member for 12 months, says, MBG family, keep up the good videos. And boss is the final boss. Respect from Scotland. Well, thank you so much, the Leninator. MAGA-born gamer. No, see, that's the thing, too. I don't even really associate myself. I mean, I know that's how it seems, but, like, I'm not that extreme. Like, I'm not, dude. Like, I don't have a problem with people wanting to live how they want to live, as long as it's not hurting people, you know, or there's not some kind of, like, weird, nefarious shit going on behind it. I really have no problem with that. I'm just tired of people pushing shit all the time, dude. I'm just tired of people pushing shit all the time. No matter what they're trying to push. Like, stop pushing your shit on other people. All right? Just let people live and just find a balance. If you're gonna make a product and you want that product to be appealing, find a balance. It's definitely possible. You don't have to pick sides. Oh my God, boss got hair all over me. All right. Be careful, you're going to offend both sides. I've probably offended both sides many times. And that's the thing, is like, listen, if people are really extreme, I will always encourage them, like, there's nothing wrong with taking a couple steps back. Like, that will never hurt you. That will never hurt you. Like, taking a couple steps back from the very intense feelings you have, and even just like putting it into practice, where it's like, remove your attachment to those feelings just for a little bit, and allow yourself to just open your mind a bit, and you'd be surprised. Like, you know what? It doesn't make everything perfect. It doesn't remove the problems that are out there, but it can help give you as an individual, a little bit more clarity. More people did that, and there wasn't so much money fucking tied to everything, because that's a whole nother problem. If there wasn't so much money and power tied to everything, more people would do that more willingly. Anyway, all right, I'm really off the rails here. To everybody who held on for this ride, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And believe me, I want to say this too. I don't want to keep talking about this stuff either. All right. I mean, I could, if I really wanted to, like, make a hard line rule and say, we're not talking about any of this stuff ever again on the channel. But unfortunately, when we have dude, my job on this channel literally is to cover PlayStation, and Concord is currently the elephant in the room. And unfortunately, Concord very obviously, to a certain level, is tied to this conversation. So I'm not going to keep, forcing it. But I'm ready to, dude, you have no idea. I'm so fucking ready to move on to Astrobot. Like, I wish Sony would start putting out more Astrobot shit, because it's like, please, God, please, can we just focus on that? And actually get some. Trismegistus is getting more today. He drops another 5-bomb. Actually is keeping this member train rolling today, bringing us up to 40 members. Absolutely love to see it.
Enough from me. We're going to have the games.
We need the games. We need to see more games, and we need to let the games do the talking. Thank you, actually. I really appreciate the support, bud. Now we're sitting at 40 members on the day. So, guys, we are just 10 more members away from hitting a second goal. Always appreciate that support, guys. Seriously. All right. We are going to talk about PSVR 2. Jay Shako, that's true. They have been updating Astro's Playroom, and I am going to play it again. I'm just kind of waiting, because I would like to do an Astro's Playroom stream, but I want to do it when we're very close to the release of Astrobot. So I'm very much looking forward to that. It's been a while since I played it. And Steven Leon comes in and drops the 10 bomb. Steven Leon does it. He says, you know what? We need 10 memberships to get to 50. I'm dropping the 10.
Holy shit.
That's 2 goals crushed today, guys. 2 goals, 25 and now 50. Absolutely love to see it. Thank you so much, Steven, and thank you to everybody for continuing to support the content and the channel here. I mean, look, I know this is not the ideal time for PlayStation. You know, it's a shame. It's a shame that any of the conversation we just had for the last 30 minutes has to even be a thing. But, you know, I'm trying to cover PlayStation holistically, and man, September can't get here soon enough, let me tell you. Leninator, no, I didn't miss your chat. Maybe you missed me reading it, but you said MBG family, keep up the good videos, and boss is the final boss. Respect from Scotland. So no worries, Leninator. I got you. So let's update this goal again, guys. By all means, if you want to continue to support and keep the member train going, you do that. I do also want to let you know, because I don't know how many people may have missed this, but we did do a members only gameplay stream the other day. We did, it was actually me and Mrs. MBG playing some Dead by Daylight. So that is currently the latest piece of members content. So if you were gifted a membership, go check that out. It's pretty fun. And then I played as the killer at the end and went nuts, All right. PlayStation VR 2. I'm sorry to keep everybody waiting. I have a write-up here from VGC. The PlayStation VR 2 has seen a huge price cut, its biggest ever, ahead of the release of PC compatibility with the device. The headset is currently available on Amazon and Smith's for up to 36% off at the time of writing. The headset is £349, down from £529 on Amazon. And I think in the US, let me double check that this is actually going on in the US as well. PSVR 2. Yep. Oh, wow. In the US, it's down to $350. Guys, that's $200 off. So just putting this out there right now, if you're somebody who's been on the fence about PSVR 2, I mean, if there was ever going to be a time, this seems like it. I mean, $200 off is massive. $350 for PSVR. It almost makes me wish I would have waited, to be honest, because that's crazy. That's $200 savings. It says it's a limited time deal. It doesn't say when it ends, but it does say it's a limited time deal. And it's worth noting, if you want the Horizon Call of the Mountain bundle, that is down to $400. So still $200 savings. But it says here that the PlayStation VR 2 is getting PC support next month. The PSVR 2 headset PC adapter will be required. So it's worth noting, if you do buy this headset to use it on PC, you will have to buy the adapter, which releases on August 7th for $60. And you have to get it at select retailers or from PlayStation Direct. Players will also need a commercially available DisplayPort sold separately that is compatible with DisplayPort 1.4, as well as a Steam account and a PC that meets the minimum requirements. Sony has also said that features like HDR, headset feedback, and eye tracking, adaptive triggers, and haptic feedback other than Rumble will not be available when playing on PC. Okay, boss, please, no, just don't destroy anything. In October, Sony Interactive Entertainment Senior Vice President and Head of Global Marketing Eric Limpel described VR as a meaningful business for the company, but one that was yet to reach its potential. The VR category is important to us, Limpel said. It's a category that can help us with innovation. It's never going to be the only way people play games, but I'm happy that we're in it. There are great experiences to be had, and consumers really like it, but it's a nascent business for us. So, yeah, guys, I feel like this is the moment that a lot of people have been waiting for when it comes to PlayStation VR 2. And to kind of prove this, if I head over to Twitter and I check Zubitech. He's been kind of keeping track of this. PlayStation VR 2 shoots up to the number 2 spot on Amazon UK bestsellers, actually selling more than the PS5 right now. So if I'm looking at the Amazon UK bestsellers, yeah, the Horizon Call of the Mountain VR 2 bundle, number 2, ahead of the PS5 digital, ahead of the Slim and Standard. And both VR bundles are up there. So this thing is, if Sony was sitting on some stock, man, they're definitely starting to move it. And it makes sense because, again, I think that this is something that a lot of people have been waiting for. I want to see what the best sellers look like in the US. I don't think it updated yet. PlayStation Portal, number 21. Best sellers for gaming. Dude, who said the PlayStation Portal was going to fail, bro? Because look at this. 10,000 plus units. 10,000 plus units of the PlayStation Portal bought this past month. That's crazy, dude. So I want to ask you guys, did anybody here just pick up PSVR 2 because of this sale? The Portal is a concept. Dude, I'm thinking about getting the PlayStation Portal, I'm not going to lie. I'm really thinking about it because I've been saying for a while that I want to get the PlayStation Portal. I already have PSVR 2, but the PlayStation Portal is really the last thing I need, and I've been thinking about it, man. Guys, if we hit 150 members today, I'll buy a PlayStation Portal. Okay? Put it out there right now. If we hit 150 members, I'll buy a PlayStation Portal live on stream. You guys buy me the PlayStation Portal. But yeah, I'm. It's so interesting to think that so many people really thought that PSVR 2, I mean, well, to be fair, a lot of people still do think like it is going to fail. And I would say Sony slashing $200 kind of tells us it maybe did fail somewhat. But at the same time, them actually beginning to move units now, even though they had to slash $200. Them being able to track this and say, okay, more people are now adopting this headset. I think it does kind of give a renewed sense of hope for this headset, right? A renewed sense of hope of like, listen, we didn't want to sell it to you at this price, but if this is what we got to do to get it in your hands, maybe, maybe it creates, I don't know, maybe this headset succeeds. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say maybe PSVR 2 really finds its success potentially with a massive price cut to $350 and a PC release. And before you know it, there's way more people using this headset than previously thought. And it creates, you think it's too late? It might be. Yeah, it might be. Not to be like negative, but that's another way of looking at it. Yeah, it could be the opposite. You're saying maybe this is a sign that it's over. They decided, you know what, we just got to get rid of our stock and our inventory. I didn't think of it like that, but yeah, that is a possibility. I like PSVR 2. I feel like I started to get used to it, and I was playing it a lot, and I started to feel like a little bit more comfortable with it, and I was able to do longer sessions, but then I just kind of fell off it. And the thing that's truly stopping me from going back, um, simply put, it's just I don't want to go through that again. Like I don't want to go through because the first couple times I played, I really got like a bad headache and some nausea. And you know, you guys were telling me like it takes time, you got to build up to it, and you know, I might it might have to be one of those things where I have to think about it, and the timing has to be right, or has to be maybe I'll finish Resident Evil 4 or something. Madison, oh yeah, I keep forgetting about that. Ooh, if I want the adrenaline rush, maybe. Nicodemus is saying, random question, MBG, what is your first name? I feel like it starts with a B or M. No, my first name is actually John. Does that surprise you? We got the Game Cat, Andrew Ehrenreich. You're saying, MBG, you got to play Synapse, Legendary Tales, Red Matter, and Vertigo 2 on PSVR 2. Crossfire is also great. Saints and Sinners, Arizona 2, Madison. Yeah. Well, it seems to me that if I want to do that, like if I do want to experience new games on PSVR 2, I'm going to have to basically spend the first couple weeks playing something where I'm just like not necessarily having fun, or at least not a lot of fun, and just allowing myself to get adapted to playing in VR again. I don't know, man. VR is it is really cool. Johnny PlayStation. Should I just rename my channel that? I actually like the way that sounds. Just Johnny PlayStation. All right, guys, who here wants me to rename my channel Johnny PlayStation? Wait for the Behemoth, Metro, then call it a day and sell it. No more games after that. Uh-oh. The Moss games are a perfect place to start. You would love them. Yeah, I'll think about it, actually, because you've been recommending those games for a long time, and I did mean to get to them. I struggle with this, in case you guys can't tell, with gaming sometimes, where I fluctuate a lot. Like, I fluctuate more than I realize, where one week I'm like, oh yeah, I'm into this thing. And then it's like, the thing is, I don't think about it. It's just, I've already moved on to something. And before I become aware that like, oh wait, I kind of dropped this other thing. It's like, yeah, it's like 2 weeks later, the realization is like, oh, I'm sure you guys have noticed this. I can't help it sometimes. Rename the channel Sons of Rhintology. You know what, Gaming Survivor, I see where you're going with that, but I would be afraid I'd attract the wrong types of viewers. You know, like some people would come across and be like, ooh, and they'd be like, what's this guy talking about? PlayStation? What? I thought this was a cult. Although I don't know, some people do think it is a cult. Listen, I'll make a deal with you guys. I will only ever change the name of my channel if I stop trying to build muscle. Okay? Like if I stop working out and I just don't care about building muscle, I will have to literally change the name of my channel. I still do work out. I still am trying to build muscle. So it's got to stay for now. John Bound Gamer. That just sounds strange. Waylark, thank you for the super chat, buddy. You're saying Sony pausing production on PlayStation VR 2 and now dropping prices to sell the backlog units shows it's been a failure. Yeah, to speak about it a little bit more critically and realistically, I think you might be right. I think that a lot of people maybe are unaware or forgot that report came out that Sony has apparently ceased production of PSVR 2, and now we're at a point where they're selling it, because the truth is, guys, if you look at the price cut, it is massive. It's not even $100 price cut. You're talking $200. So they are for sure selling this at likely a substantial loss at this point. And you do have to wonder if this is a sign that, as bad as it may sound, that it's been about a year and a half and PSVR 2 might already be entering its, like, the end of its life. I hate to say it that way because it sounds crazy, but it's like, I don't know, man. Sony, they haven't really talked about VR2 very much. And VR2 has not really been a focus for them these days in a way that, I mean, honestly, given that it's only been out for a year and a half, I would have thought that there would have been more of an emphasis from Sony. But they just, I'm not saying they're not doing anything for it, but it really is starting to seem like they are doing the bare minimum, and they're kind of just leaving it to second and third party developers to kind of figure it out. I don't think there's going to be a PSVR 3. We have Anthony Perez with a super chat. Thank you, buddy. He says, PSVR 2 failing isn't a surprise. They didn't advertise it at launch. They haven't made new first-party games, not even Astro. Seems they threw it out there and decided they'd invest if it hits on its own. You know, you bring up Astro, and that's another thing that makes me feel like, you know, yeah, this might not be a good sign that they're dropping the price so aggressively, because I remember saying this probably a week or two before Astrobot was revealed at the May State of Play. I remember saying that if Astrobot isn't compatible with PSVR 2, I will be convinced that Sony is basically done with PSVR 2. And, you know, we're a couple months removed from that. And yeah, Astrobot, as of right now, I mean, they've acknowledged this. They've answered the question, like, why isn't Astrobot on PSVR 2? And Team Asobi's response was that they felt like it would be, like, they almost made it sound like it would be too difficult to try to make a, like, they said that they would want to make it a very like, if you were to play Astrobot on PlayStation VR 2, it would be very clear you can't play this in 2D. Like, it's too hyper specific, it's too bespoke. It just, you're not going to be able to have just a regular 2D PS5 version. And I don't know, to me that's a little bit, it sounds like a cop out in a way, like maybe they're right, but if I had to guess, to be honest, I don't think Sony wants it associated with PSVR 2 anymore. I don't. I think that the way Sony looks at it is, listen, originally we had you guys make Astrobot to kind of highlight PlayStation VR as a platform, and it worked out really well. They did a great job. And then with the PS5, they're like, we want you to do the same thing. We want you to highlight this platform and its features. And it seems like somewhere along the way, pretty much after the positive response that Astro's Playroom got, they were like, yeah, we want you to now move away from highlighting a platform's features and, you know, what it can do. And now we just want you to make a really great game for PlayStation 5. And I don't know. I guess I just feel this way because if I'm Sony and I see that PSVR 2 isn't really selling as well and it's maybe struggling, I would think, oh, we should definitely task Team Asobi with at least making this game playable on PSVR 2. So that way we can say, hey, for those of you who loved Astrobot on the original PSVR, now we have Astrobot 2, but they're not asking them to do that. They're not making them do that. And I think if Sony really cared enough, they would figure something out, right? So I don't know. It's all speculation. I don't want to be too doom and gloom because I know people are really passionate. Those who are invested in PSVR 2, they are very passionate about it and they care very much about it. And I'm not trying to like stomp on their dreams or anything, but I am trying to be more realistic in that, you know, this price cut, it's so extreme and it's so out of nowhere. And it comes after a report that they were ceasing production. And it comes after the announcement that Astrobot's not going to be on PSVR 2. It really does start to feel like Sony is essentially walking away from this. When I say Sony, because obviously, like, they'll keep it, like, I would assume they're still going to sell these headsets, I guess, right? Right? And they're just going to leave it to third-party developers, I think. And that's what I mean by, like, kind of walking away from it. Like, they're not really going to push it. They're not going to task any of their teams with making a VR game. Matt, you're saying, honestly, without VR2, I think this gen would be a colossal failure for me. Interesting. Team Asobi said the game is not built for VR. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Struggling with my words today for some reason. So, Anthony, I appreciate the super chat, man. And when it comes to PSVR 2, I don't know. We're going to have to see where it goes. But right now, it doesn't seem like it's headed in the best direction. And I would say the most important thing going forward, if you're somebody who's trying to like figure out how important is PSVR 2 to Sony, what's going on with the future of PSVR 2, we're going to want to look out for their next stated play or their next showcase. And we're going to want to see how much of a role PSVR 2 plays in that, because it's already played a pretty minimal role. And if Sony was planning on stepping back from it, I would assume that role would be reduced even further, where I could even see a situation where the next stated play or the next showcase, PSVR 2 isn't even mentioned. That would be on the extreme end, though. By the way, guys, before I continue reading these super chats, do me a big favor. If you're enjoying the stream, I'd really appreciate it if you could hit that like button. We're sitting at 140 likes. Let's see if we can bump that up to 150 and then maybe get to 175. Yeah, I agree as well, actually. You're saying at 350, it's still a great buy regardless of what Sony does. I agree with that. Yeah, like, it's one of these things where I could understand where if you're somebody who wants to buy it with the promise of they're going to support it for the next 5 to 6 years with a bunch of games, maybe still hold off. But if you're somebody who, again, there is a lot to play on VR2 right now. Like, Sony could abandon it today and say we're done. But even then, like, if you bought this headset today, you would still have a ton of games to play. Like, you would, at the very least, you would certainly be able to get $350 worth of value out of it if it's something that interests you. But yeah, it's worth keeping an eye on for now, because I listen, you're talking about PlayStation 5 era Sony. PlayStation 5 era Sony does not put anything on sale, like hardware wise, like they never do. So the fact that they just slashed this thing by $200, this might be the time if you're on the fence. All right, let's see. We have Hanzo Cerny Sauce Reza, member for 13 months. Says, using Metal Gear Solid 1 cast any characters one pleases and placing them in The Last of Us 1, who fills which role and why? Blessings all, plus thanks actually for the gift. Oh man, here we go with Hanzo's Chaos. Hanzo's Chaos. I like the idea though. Basically taking the cast of Metal Gear Solid 1 and inserting those characters into The Last of Us 1. Well, we have to establish this first and foremost. Who would play Ellie? Because she's a kid in that game. There aren't any kids in Metal Gear Solid 1, are there? Not that I remember. So we might have to. Joel is Ocelot. I'm Snake is gonna be David. Snake went nuts. No, Mei Ling. No, Otacon is Ellie. Oh, okay. Snake is Joel. Otacon is Ellie. Now we're cooking. Meryl could be Tess. Who would be Bill? I don't know, man. I feel like this is falling apart really quick. Oh no. Oh, there's no way, dude. Bro. Hold on. Have you guys seen this? Whoa there, boss. Hold on. I'm sorry for the dead air. I'm trying to. I'm trying to see if I can do something real quick. That's so fucking annoying. No, it's not breaking news. It's really not important. I was just trying to see like no, it has to do with the Deadpool and Wolverine movie. I'm trying to see how I can bring the image up. I have to really figure out what's wrong with my streaming software that I cannot. For some reason, I can't just save a photo from Google and bring it up. Like I have no idea why. It's so freaking annoying. Like it's in my files, but it won't let me bring it up. Why? That doesn't make any sense. Whatever. Anyway, it's nothing serious. It just caught my attention and it was really funny looking. It's you guys know that famous meme with Wolverine lying on the bed holding a picture frame and then, like touching it. Hugh Jackman apparently recreated that and he's lying on the bed in his yellow suit and he holds the picture and it shows the picture and the picture says #1 movie in the world. Pretty funny. I really got to figure out how to bring these images up though. I'm going to try one more thing. Then we'll move on to the next topic. Nope, still not working. Okay. Maybe it's just delayed. I don't know. Saying you need to see that. It's pretty funny. Yeah, I saw the Doctor Doom reveal. I saw it, yeah. Robert Downey Jr., Doctor Doom. All right, we have, let's see here, Review Scientology USA says, in the leaked video, you can see a concept art. Seems to be Call of Duty / X-Defiant shooter-like game. Can this be the game Jason Blundell is working on at PlayStation Studios? I don't know what, like, concept art you're referring to, but the video you are referring to, I do know about that. That's where we got the potential concept art for Bluepoint. I mean, it's possible, man. The thing is, PlayStation's Malaysia studio, because that's the PlayStation studio that was in this video. They, as far as I'm aware, are like a support studio. So that means they could be helping multiple teams. And while I think it's maybe unlikely that that's the specific project that we would have seen, because that would be the craziest way. It's like we are seeing concept art for a game for a studio that hasn't even been officially announced yet. That would be quite the oversight if that occurred. But it is possible, you know. It does seem to me that this little video they released, they may have accidentally showed off a couple of things. Again, it's like very brief. We're looking at computer screens in the background and stuff like that. But it is possible that they could have shown off multiple projects accidentally. But, you know, it's one of these things where I don't know if Sony's going to get all flustered about it, because it's like, as long as they don't acknowledge anything. I mean, we just looked at this concept art earlier, and it's like, I don't know what this is. It looks new, but it could be anything. It could be a project that gets canceled for all we know. But it's a good question. My question when it comes to this Jason Blundell studio, my question is, when does Sony plan to announce the actual studio itself? Now, my guess is probably not for some time. I think that's something Sony's going to save for a while. And the reason being is simple. This is a brand new studio that you're building from the ground up with all new people. It could go terribly. It could be a disaster, and it could go so badly that they're like, we're shutting this down. You don't want to have a situation where you announce, you know, a studio and get people hyped, and like 4 years later, it's like, yeah, we had to shut that studio down because it was a nightmare, train wreck. And Exley Get Some Trismegistus is still going today, guys. Exley is coming in big with the membership gifts, dropping another 5-bomb. Love to see it. I want to see some 5-bomb emojis. I want to see some Terminator emojis. I want to see some W's flowing for our good friend Exley. Exley's going crazy. He's going crazy with the membership gifts today. Thank you, man. You just brought us up to 55 members on the day, making our way to a third goal potentially. Yeah, we're going to be doing some more members content throughout this upcoming week. We have I just realized I have two. Okay. Yeah, 2 more milestone chats. We have Marcus here, member for 14 months, saying, did you see the ridiculous statement from Ubisoft and the Japanese government became interested in the game Assassin's Creed Shadows? So I didn't actually see the statement. What I did see is that there was a lot of drama surrounding Ubisoft and Assassin's Creed Shadows. The only thing I read was that a group from Japan, I don't know, I guess like Ubisoft used their flag or something without their permission, and they got really upset. Journalists are calling Japanese far right now. Yeah, I don't know, man. Ubisoft, I feel like every single game that Ubisoft has in development and like reveals and then releases, like there's always some kind of drama around it. It just seems like that anymore. And I worry about these companies sometimes, man, where it's like, what are you guys doing? Like, what are you doing? That there's always so much friction and flack with everything. And I do worry about Sony going in this direction sometimes as well, right? Where even when we talk about the PS5 Pro, I can't get this thought out of my head. Like, it's this impending fear. Like, there's this feeling of impending doom. Of like, I just have this, and I'm not trying to be pessimistic. I'm just trying to be cognizant of the way things are these days. I'm just afraid that Sony's going to make the PS5 Pro somehow. It's going to be polarizing, and it shouldn't. Because I feel like that's what, like, we need more things that are like Astrobot in a sense, right? Where it's like, no one's mad at Astrobot, dude. Like, the worst thing somebody can say about Astrobot is, it's not really my type of game. But even people who don't like it, I think they can still see like, oh yeah, it's doing what it's doing well. And it's not offensive in the least. You know, and I know maybe people would say what I'm describing is just playing it safe, but I don't know. I wouldn't say it's playing it safe. Like, I just feel like these companies should just listen more closely to their fans. And I feel like there are too many people kind of infecting these companies that are not actually fans. And like, they're convincing the people, the executives, whoever makes these decisions that, oh, you should do this and you should do that and you should definitely go in this direction. It's like, maybe you should just listen to the fans. That's a thought. Just give people what they want and they'll fucking buy it. That's all. That's all. Yeah, how are we not getting a Battlefront 3, dude? I love it. I love how EA's such a stupid company sometimes, dude. They're like the kind of company where it's like, they're actually mad that they fucked up the monetization of their own game. And so because of that, they're like, we ain't doing a third one then. Like, why? Like, you could still make bank. Just don't be dumbasses. Don't be greedy dumbasses. You know? EA, make Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare 3, you cowards. All right? My son is finally old enough. He's starting to get into Plants vs. Zombies. He's playing Garden Warfare 2. He's playing some Battle for Neighborville. I don't want you. I want some Garden Warfare 3 up in here. I don't know how I got onto that, but hold on, let me see. Irfan, you said, or was it? Somebody told me what Ubisoft. Oh, there we go. MBG, Ubisoft acknowledged that Yusuke being depicted as a samurai in the game is a matter of debate and discussion. Why did they do? Is there a reason why they did that? Garden Warfare 3. Oh, geez. You know, on second thought, maybe hold off. Why did they acknowledge that, though? You're saying Isuke is totally fine. This Assassin's Creed hate is so stupid. I mean, it just feels like a talking point these days. I don't know. Because the guy who said that was shown to be a fraud. Ubisoft tax. They released that statement once they saw the backlash and possible governmental involvement. I mean, look, I'm wondering though, like, what if they just decided to? I have a question for you guys, real quick. Yeah, you're saying Yusuke was real. My question is this: the female, because you could play as a female in this Assassin's Creed game, is she based off of a real historical character as well, or is she fictional? She's fictional. Okay. Yeah, I don't. That's what's a little strange to me about this, though. Both are historic fiction. Well, yeah. Apparently, this Yusuke character is documented, like an actual living person or person that was alive during this period. Um, why? Why this character? Why this person? I mean, not this character. Why this person? Like, did they say anything? Did like? I'm just saying that if we're gonna like we're gonna make a video game character, feudal Japan, right? Like, and we're gonna make it based off of a real life person. Surely there are people there were real historical figures that are way more consequential than this Yusuke individual. And that's all I'm trying to figure out. Like, what makes this character unique or interesting? Because if it's just he was black, that's not interesting to me. Just like if it was, you know, a white dude, like okay, what's the historical significance? Who is this person? I don't know. I guess that's kind of how I view it. Where if you're gonna pull from history and you're gonna take real historical figures, I just think it would make the most sense to go with historical figures that are consequential, that really feel of significance. Like, oh, I know, oh yeah, I heard of that individual, and like this is what they did. This is how they left their mark on history. Based off of, I don't know, really, really big things that they did. Like that's just me though. He has a famous Japanese mentor. Oh, okay. If that's true, that could, yeah, that would be interesting. I don't know. Uh-oh. Corey's coming and he's like, mate, sometimes the U is silent in pronouncing Japanese. So wait, how do you say it? Am I saying it wrong? Saying he wasn't a samurai, he was just gifted armor and given a title. Ubisoft made him into a samurai. Yasuke. Oh shit. So I am saying it wrong. I'm saying Yasuke. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you. See, my pronunciation debuffs, Yasuke. Yasuki. Yep. Can you tell I'm American? I cannot wait to play Assassin's Creed so I can play as Yasuki. All right. I don't know, man. Like, I'm I'm tired, man. I'm tired of what's happening in video games anymore, where everything's got to be, everything's got to be so laden with drama and bullshit. And like, I'm just going to be real. I don't fucking know who this person is. I've never heard of them in my life until this new Assassin's Creed game came out. And suddenly that's all, like, I would have thought that this was one of the most famous samurai to ever live. But I think it's obvious, dude. Like, I'm like, if you're somebody who likes Assassin's Creed and you think this game looks good, I would not be the type of person to be like, how dare you? How fucking dare you? Like, no, like, dude, just go play the game and have fun. Who fucking cares? Like at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Like, if you want to enjoy the game, just enjoy the game. But at the same time, like, if there are people that are like, yo, they put him there because he's black. It's like, well, yeah. That's 100%. Like, that is obvious. That is, like, clear as day. And I guess it's just, that's the whole thing, is it's like, well, is this a problem or is it not? And I'm like, well, listen, man, for me, if I thought this game looked like a fucking banger, and I'm like, shit, this looks amazing, I can't wait to play, I would play it. I'd play it. But at the same time, like, people who are basically being like, this feels like you're, feels like you're being a little, I don't know, a little much here, Ubisoft. Like, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, it would have also been fine if they decided, look, it would have also been fine if they just decided we're going to have a Japanese man and a Japanese woman that you can play as in this Assassin's Creed game set in feudal Japan. That would have been fine as well. That's all. Like that to me, that's the biggest argument here. It's like, that would have been fine. Nobody would have been upset. No, like, nobody would have said, why are they both Japanese? You see what I'm saying? If you're a company and you're just trying to make money by making people excited for your product, why not just walk the path of least resistance? And it makes the most sense. That's the thing, is it makes the most sense. Well, why is he Japanese? Because this game's set in feudal Japan. Oh. Well, that makes sense now, doesn't it? It sure does. No drama, no bullshit, no internet outrage, no fucking problem with Japan. Nothing. Just a fucking new Assassin's Creed set in Japan, like people have always wanted. Go buy it, have fun, enjoy. We'll make all the money. Exactly. Simple as that. Holy shit. Hire me. I'll help you make more money, Ubisoft. This is what I'm talking about. Like, I'm so uninterested in the conversation because the conversation shouldn't exist in the first place. It shouldn't exist in the first place. But, hey, man. It's just the way things are. I just assume everything comes with some kind of extra layer of bullshit now. Can we just fast forward to a time where the conversation is no longer about skin color or gender? Just give me good characters. That's all I ask. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, correct me. Look, I'm not too familiar with Assassin's Creed, but correct me if I'm wrong here. Like, please correct me because I want to know. And I'm going to read these super chats. I'll finish up with this. In all previous Assassin's Creed games, because I know, like, Assassin's Creed is famous for taking place in different areas of the world during different time periods. Has there ever been a time has there ever been a time where the main protagonist was a different race from where the game was set? Has that ever been a thing in Assassin's Creed? Like, I actually don't know. There's been so many Assassin's Creed games. Like, I don't know if this is something new or not. Like, I'm trying to figure out this is the first time they ever did this. All the other protagonists were region accurate. You're saying, yes, Assassin's Creed Revelations started in Italian in Turkey. Corey's like, just like everything else, this is just the cycle we're in right now. Yeah, I agree. Like, eventually this shit's just going to be more water under the bridge and nobody's going to care. But it's because things are going to naturally balance themselves out. It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. I don't see that. Like, that's the whole thing for me is like I'm just sitting here thinking, if the next Assassin's Creed game is set in Africa during a certain time period, right? Would you expect the character if you play as a male and a female, would you expect either of them to not be black? And if so, like, what's the conversation going to be then? Because I'm pretty sure it wouldn't go over well. Like, I'm pretty sure people would be like, what the fuck, Ubisoft? You know? Like, we're going to put, like, here's during this specific period of time in Africa where, when this game takes place, there was this Japanese man that lived there. So we're going to have you play as this Japanese man. I'm pretty sure people would be fucking furious and be like, what are you doing? I don't know. Oh, you know what? Okay, maybe that changes it then. See, this is where I am ignorant when it comes to Assassin's Creed. You're saying Origins was set in Africa? Okay. Shit, I got it. Well, let me look into this now. Oh, wait, you're right. Yeah, okay, you're right. Egypt. I forgot. Yeah. Jesus, man, there are so many fucking Assassin's Creed games. Okay, here's a question. Is there a region where Assassin's Creed hasn't taken place yet? Because you're right, Egypt is Africa. The lead character, Bayek, was more experienced and mature than other protagonists in the series. Holy shit, this game came out in 2017. I don't know, man. But in Origins, it started in Egyptian. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I said, look, without getting too much deeper into it, because I feel like this is just one of those things where it's a slippery slope, if you don't end up being racist, you end up being totally woke. And it's like, well, I don't know. I'm not racist. I also don't think I'm woke. I just wonder, like, why not just make the Japanese Assassin's Creed game Japanese? Like that, like just for the sake of, like, let's not cause any unnecessary let's not risk it. Like, is it worth the risk? I just don't understand the risk. This is what I don't get. This is why when people come up with these conspiracy theories, or like it's BlackRock and shit, it's these investment firms, or whatever, making them do this. And it's like, I really do have to wonder if that's actually what's going on, because from a purely, we're looking to maximize profits and make the most amount of money by taking the path of least resistance, You know what I'm saying? Like, why are they making these decisions when they know? Like, you fucking know. You know. Like, you're gonna cause drama around your game. Levy H went there, bro. Levy H went there. Ubisoft is bearded woman at Olympics. Oh, man. Oh, okay. Hold on. Listen. I'm going to read these super chats. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Just give me a moment here. I don't watch the Olympics. I don't give a fuck about the Olympics. I certainly don't give a fuck that it takes place in France. Or, But the other day, I went on Twitter, and the number 2 trending thing on Twitter was Gojira, the French metal band Gojira. And I was like, yo, why the fuck is Gojira the number 2 trending thing on Twitter? And dude, it was because Gojira, like, listen, I didn't know anything about the Olympics. I didn't know anything about the opening ceremony. All I did was click Gojira, and I saw this 40-second clip of them on like a fucking dude. They were like on platforms on a castle playing some kind of new song, and it was heavy as shit, and it sounded amazing. And I was just like, dude, I cannot believe Gojira just played for the opening of the Olympics, like the opening ceremony. Like, it was so awesome to see them getting some mainstream recognition. That was insane. Then I was made aware of everything else that happened during that opening ceremony, and holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit, dude. Like, when I saw, like, dude, yes, the definition of we are living in a clown world right now, dude. That was the most nonsensical, shameful, ridiculous shit. Absolute joke. Absolute joke, man. But you know what? I was just happy for Gojira, dude. Seeing Gojira like just shredding, knowing that there's like a billion people watching them or some shit. That was incredible. Good for them. And it sounded like they were playing a new song too, because whatever they were playing, I'm like, that doesn't sound familiar to me. Sounds new. No, I didn't see that. You're saying, did you see the guy's balls hanging out? No, I did not, and I'm glad I didn't. But yeah, that was shameful. Why? Of course, they have to have Gojira associated with the most, like, just the absolute worst ever, like, opening ceremony. I saw Snoop Dogg was there too. Like, I feel like he's everywhere now. Right behind the kid. Oh man. All right, let me read these super chats. I appreciate you guys waiting patiently. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Gavin House, a member for 15 months, says, for chat, anyone know of a good AI music generator that does covers with known singers? Just paid for Jammable and not the best so far. Chat, can you help Gavin out? A good AI music generator that does covers with known singers. I don't know. I don't use any AI music generators. William, you're saying, MBG, these people would never do the same thing for Islam. Imagine a gay trans Muhammad. They would never do it. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right, dude. And yeah, again, this is the pendulum, man. It's always the pendulum swinging. Like, there are these territories in the world. There are these cultures in the world where, like, yeah, it's like literally illegal to be gay. Like, you could like die if it was discovered you were gay. And like, that's like, whoa, what the fuck are you doing? You know, like, that's like, what are you doing? Like, are you can you get with the program? Like, it's okay. But because that exists, there has to be the antithesis. And the antithesis is, a bearded lady with their balls swinging on camera for the Olympic. I don't know. I don't know anymore, man. What is this world, bro? Somebody please tell me this is all a simulation. It has to be, right? All right. We have Waylark. Waylark says, wouldn't be surprised if Sony does the same with Ghost 2. Dude, listen, I need them to not. For the reason I stated. I don't want drama anymore, man. Like, I'm so tired. And I think everybody else is too. I think everybody else is. Like, I just... I just want things to just be path of least resistance. How can we make everyone happy? Well, you know what? Let me rephrase that. How can we make like 90% of people happy? And, if there's like that 10% that gets upset about everything, well, fuck them. Let's worry about the 90%. Waylark, we'll see, man. We'll see. We have Doolin Jones. Thank you so much for the generous donation. By the way, guys, hit that like button for me. We're sitting at 160 likes. Let's see if we can bump that up to 175. Really quick, I see Laurent. He says, hi, everyone. I was away for a while, but I'm still here in the hospital. I had a brain injury, some kind of epileptic injury. Very sorry. You don't have to apologize, Laurent. We're happy to see that you're here and well, man. Well as you can be, anyway. We're just glad you're here. Sorry to hear that. But Doolin Jones, you're saying, hey, MBG, have you watched the Deadpool and Wolverine movie yet? This makes me really excited for Marvel's Wolverine PS5. The game will probably be released in 2026. Plus, Robert Downey Jr. is returning to the MCU as he is Tony Stark variant Doctor Doom. Man, I can't wait. Yeah, I did cover this at the very beginning, but I did see Deadpool and Wolverine. I saw it last night. Very good movie. Very good. One of the better movies, certainly, in the MCU. One of the funniest. I mean, I was cracking up at a lot of the stuff in that movie, but some really good time. And yeah, I will say, after seeing Hugh Jackman as a more comic accurate version of Wolverine, it definitely gets me excited about the Wolverine game, because I'm curious to see how comic accurate Insomniac is going to be with Wolverine. I still think Logan is my favorite, though, to be honest. Yeah, dude, the cameo. I'm not spoiling anything, but the cameos were nuts. Yeah, there were some cameos in Deadpool and Wolverine where I legitimately was like, what? It was pretty cool, though. But yeah, the timing of them announcing Robert Downey Jr. Yeah, I'm curious to see what happens, man. Because if you remember, like, it was supposed to be like the Kang Dynasty, like Kang the Emperor or whatever was supposed to be, and that guy Jonathan Majors, I think he fumbled the bag. Robert Downey Jr. came in and was like, I'll take that. I'll take it from here, boys. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I might have to do like a spoiler or a dedicated like members stream talking about Deadpool and Wolverine or something. Because, dude, some of the cameos were just like, what the hell? Like, unbelievable. But yeah, man. Really good movie. That's what I'm interested to find out. Them bringing Robert Downey Jr. in. um, to play Doctor Doom. It's people are really wondering, like, are we going to see, like, is this a brand new character, has nothing to do with Tony Stark, or is this going to be a variant of Tony Stark where he becomes evil and becomes Doctor Doom? I'm actually curious what you guys think of that. Like, what would you prefer? What would you think would be more exciting? I'll be honest with you, I would prefer a variant. I would actually prefer, for the sake of the story and knowing it's Robert Downey Jr., I would prefer to like a variant, like an evil variant of Iron Man, simply because this idea that I'm supposed to believe Robert Downey Jr. is two different characters in the same universe. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like that. So I choose to believe for now that this Robert Downey Jr. Doctor Doom is going to be, it's like, oh, it actually is Tony Stark. It's just, it's evil Tony Stark in a different universe, you know, in the multiverse. Here, I have another theory as well. I have a theory that Robert Downey Jr. is going to return as Iron Man. We just don't know it yet. Like we're going to see him return as Iron Man, and I think that that's just obvious. Like, you're going to have him as this evil variant of Tony Stark as Doctor Doom. But I think somewhere along the way, you will see him return as Iron Man from like a different universe. And maybe he has to fight himself. I don't know, man. They could do some crazy shit like that. Make it all about Robert Downey Jr. That's how you save the MCU. Doctor Doom will become Iron Man. Oh, okay. They have used the same actors for characters before. Yeah, they did that with Cable. Josh Brolin, he was Cable and Thanos. But at the time, that was Fox. So it's like, okay, it's a little bit more forgivable. You're saying it's in the comic? Okay. Well, yeah, Deadpool and Wolverine was a really fun movie. I gotta say, like, really interested to see what they do with Wolverine going forward. Because I will say this isn't a spoiler for anybody. It's not a spoiler or anything. I'm just talking about the like stuff we've seen in the previews. It's pretty clear that, like, you know, this is it is a different Wolverine, but they didn't make him like really much different. You know, like this variant of Wolverine is very similar to the one from Logan and every other past, but you can tell that they definitely are trying to be a little bit more comic accurate with him, and it just makes me wonder, like, what else they're gonna do, because I thought Hugh Jackman did a phenomenal job as Wolverine, and like you could say, like, honestly, I still think Logan is the best movie. Just because, like, dude, I don't think it, like, I don't know, man. The beats that movie hit are like, ooh, too good. Like, it's like, damn, dude. But at the same time, so I'll say this, and this is, I don't think this is a spoiler. They make it pretty clear in the trailers. The one thing that was missing in Logan, but it was necessary why it was missing, was, you know, in Logan he was old and run down and weakened, right? He's very weak. And so, you know, if you watch Logan, there's like just a very few scenes where he has his berserker rage. And there's like that one last hoorah of berserker rage. And it was awesome the way it was done. But it was really cool in this movie. It, you know, it was almost like you were seeing, like, you know, well, you were like this older Wolverine, but without him being weakened or run down or tired. Like, he was sad, obviously. I mean, they showed that in the trailers. But when it comes to like him being like the vicious, aggressive, like badass, like berserker rage Wolverine, like that was definitely there. And it was awesome, dude. And it really gets me excited. It's crazy because, dude, Hugh Jackman is older now. He's like 55. And I could tell you right now, he's still got it, man. Like, I would have never guessed Hugh Jackman was 55 years old watching him in this movie. So I think we still got quite a bit of Hugh Jackman Wolverine left. And then obviously there's always the question of who will eventually replace Hugh Jackman. But yeah, great movie. Cypherpunk, you're saying just a bunch of dudes upset he's black, talking about Yasuke. I think I'm saying that right now. I mean, yeah, again, it's one of those things where it's like, I think it's fair to raise an eyebrow, but I don't think it's necessary to make a big deal of it. That's where I fall on that. Where like raise an eyebrow, like what? I don't get it. This game is set in feudal Japan. You know, he plays a Japanese woman, but why can't he play as a Japanese man? And of course, you know, all the explanations are locked and loaded, ready to go. And like I'm just saying, I don't think it makes a person racist to question like why this game's set in feudal Japan. You know, why is it starring a black guy? I don't think that's like, it's just asking a question, just like any other thing. And you know, again, there is an explanation, and that's why I think it's like, all right, well, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, I don't think it is. Like, I don't think it's such a big deal where it's like, fuck this game and fuck Ubisoft and fuck everything. It's like, all right, well, I mean, it's not all that. All right. You know? But I think there's just going to be more drama ahead of us with all of this. Yeah, there you go. I mean, you're saying Yasuke was a man of African origin who served as a samurai to the Japanese Daimyo Oda Nobunaga. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. For a period of 15 months between 1581 and 1582. There you go. Yeah. Well, see, I mean, that's the thing. I think it's a little like, I don't know. I think it's a little strange that they have to pull I'm gonna drop it after this because we have 2 more super chats and then we'll continue with our topics. I just think it's a little strange that they have to pull like a real life figure into this to like, you know what I mean? Because that's why I asked earlier if there were any other real historical figures. Like, have we ever played as real historical figures in Assassin's Creed? Yeah, I don't know. I think that's the only thing that makes it a little bit strange for some people is that, you know, we have let me see, where am I at here? Sorry, I just got super distracted. Samson, or wait, sorry, Waylark. You're saying if the Olympics gets people upset, then sorry, work on your priorities in life, people. I halfway agree with you, Waylark, because I mean, I saw what they did at the Olympics, and one of the big things that I saw was like trending and like really causing a big problem was they had, I think, trans individuals as well as cross-dressers, or not cross-dressers, drag queens. I don't know, but basically they like recreated the Last Supper, with Jesus, and that fucking that seemed to have really fucking pissed a lot of people off. And saying Satan has been trending the last 2 days. And here's my take on it. Like, I guess you could call me a Christian. I guess, like, I'm a believer in Jesus Christ, but I don't necessarily, I don't go to church. I don't like practice traditionally or anything. I'm not a Catholic. I think Jesus is a cool dude, I wasn't offended, but I know why I wasn't. Like, I looked at that and I'm like, the fuck is wrong with you people? And then I was just like, whatever. You know what I thought to myself? I said, like, a blasphemy. I mean, yeah, a lot of Christians and people were offended and upset, and I thought to myself, if you replaced that with any other religion and you mocked in that way any other religion, how would that go down? Wait, Lark, you're saying didn't they originally wear dresses in the Last Supper though? LOL. Damn. Well, I mean, I that's one of those strange arguments that's like, you know what? I don't know what to say to that. That's a crazy argument to make. They were robes. They were fucking robes. Son of a bitch. Waylark, get it right. Tunics and drapes, robes, not dresses. It's just funny, the idea of like arguing between robes and dresses. No, look, here's my thing, right? Like, here's my opinion on this, because I was like, I was shocked at everything I was seeing. I was shocked that that's what they did. I was shocked at the outrage. I just think to myself, in all seriousness, what would Jesus do? Right? Like, how would Jesus respond to that? Something tells me he wouldn't. Look, I don't think Jesus would just look at them and be like, y'all going to hell. You hear me? Y'all going to hell. I don't think so. I think he would. I don't know, man. Jesus seemed like a pretty cool guy. Seemed like a pretty chill guy. He seemed like he would just be like, you know what? Repent. Just repent. It's okay. Just having a little fun. But repent. I don't think Jesus would be offended. That's what I'm trying to say. I think he would be like, this isn't the way. This isn't what I intended. This is not meant to be a mockery. But I don't think he would be angry. I don't think he would be upset. And I think that sometimes that's where people, I think, I don't know. Jesus, dude, I'm not even reading that. Mini Tom official comes in and drops another 5-bomb. Mini Tom is keeping it going by dropping another 5 membership gifts, bringing us up to 60 members on the day. Mini Tom, thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate the continued support. You guys are going big today, man. You're going big today. Really appreciate it. Jesus was all about love and peace. You're saying he would school them, bro? Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like, I think that, and I'm not trying to get on the whole topic of religion. I don't know. There's so little actual gaming news or PlayStation news that this is what these streams are turning into. So I apologize, but it's just like, I don't know. I often think to myself, obviously, I didn't know Jesus personally, for when he was around, but based off of everything I know, like I think the whole thing Jesus was trying to convey is like it's just universal love and peace and forgiveness and that's what it is, and acceptance. Like and I mean I don't know. I know that there's okay. Jesus wouldn't let people walk all over his religion. Uh, yeah, he would. Yes, he would. Dude, Jesus let himself be sacrificed, bro. Like, I think that's the whole point. Is like, I'm just like I'm saying that if you were a Christian who was offended by that, I think it's understandable. I think it's understandable. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like it's just in poor taste. Like why are you guys doing this to us? But I think that's where things get even messier, because you have to ask yourself, like, why does Christianity have such a bad name? And it's just like I've always said with everything else, dude, like how many people, and I'll ask you guys this, because this is interesting to me, because I can attest to this. How many people have you known in your life that would call themselves Christians, but they definitely aren't, like, don't seem like very good people, or like they just seem totally hypocritical, or just some of the stuff that the way that they behave and the way that they treat others, it's just like, and you call yourself a Christian. You know what I mean? Because I can tell you there have been many people in my life that I've encountered like that. And there have been many times where Christianity is like the main religion that I grew up around, where in seeing that, it just made me, it gave me a bad perception of the religion Christianity, right? It gave me a bad perception because I'm like, this is nonsense. But I don't know. Eventually, as I got older, I just realized that, like, this is the problem with religion in general, is that a lot of people, a lot of shit gets messy. It's all, like there's so many rules. It's like, did a man make this rule, or did God really make this rule? Who really knows? I guess we have to have faith or not. It's like, I just try to keep it simple and be like, well, when I think about, Jesus and everything I've learned about Jesus, the simple message that seems to be he's trying to convey is like, we just need to love, guys. We need to love, forgive, repent, and, love thy neighbor, love thy enemy, stuff like that. And like, it's pretty universal. It's pretty simple. It's pretty universal. And it's just like, I just think that there are too many people that have very likely taken certain things and twisted them. It's like, I don't know, maybe this is a controversial take, but I don't think Jesus hates gay people. I don't think he has a problem with gay people at all. I don't believe that. We need a title change. Yeah, we do. Everybody who tunes into these streams now, they know after the 2-hour mark, it's just like, well, here we go. Saying, bro, sorry to tell you, but what you learned about Jesus doesn't sound like it's from the Bible. You're probably right. I mean, look, I'm very open-minded when it comes to all different religions, Like, I feel like there's something good and positive to be extracted from almost all not all religions, but almost all religions. Because I don't know, I like Satanism and shit. It's like, well, I don't know about that, but I'm just open to like hearing out like all these different beliefs, and where they come from, why people believe what they do. Did I ever read the Bible? Not the whole thing, no. I've read passages. But yeah, I don't know, man. Who really knows? Who really knows? Everybody's got to decide for themselves, right? What does the Bible say about consolism? Repent. Love thy enemy, bro. I'm spreading blasphemy? Maybe. I might end up going to hell. But we'll see. We'll see, right? We'll all find out together. All right, we got Josh Z. I'm sorry. I'm fucking all over the place. I hate this, man. I go into these streams being like, I'm going to be on topic. I got 6 topics locked and loaded, and I don't know. I just end up going fucking who knows where. Wait, hold on. You're saying the proud cannot stand in your presence. You hate all who do evil. You hate the wicked with your very soul. So yes, God does have hatred towards evil and evil people. Oh, I believe that too. Yeah. I mean, that would make sense. Because, like, I mean, I don't know, like Noah's Ark and shit, right? It's like, I'm fucking wiping you guys out. I hate you guys. It's like, bro. But then he felt real bad, apparently. God felt real bad. He's like, I didn't think that one through, guys. I'm sorry. Here's a rainbow. So I mean, yeah, it's. Look. I feel like, you know, it says we were made in God's image, right? Maybe we are similar. Maybe, I don't know. God's probably perfect, but maybe I'm just saying maybe he has off days too. You know? I don't know what we're talking about, dude. I'll be honest with you. Mr. Meme's like, bro, I just joined. What are we talking about? We're moving on, is what we're doing. We're moving on. Will you have confession streams? No, probably not. Gaming Survivor says he retreated into the astral realm. I appreciate that, Nicodemus. Well, we all got to find our way, right? In our own way. I mean, I believe in that free will. But anyway. Can I narrate the Bible next stream? Yeah, we'll do that next stream. No. Like, look, I'm just saying, this is the last thing I'll say, and we'll move on. I've come across people in life where there's a sense of self-righteousness coming from them. And I believe them. I do. Like, I believe that they believe what they think and what they say. But when I hear what they think and what they say, to me, it's like, it just doesn't sound quite right, you know? Like, it sounds too, way too simple, like dangerously simple, you know? It's like, oh man, people are complex. And, I just think it's not good to just group people based off of one thing and then just say, well, sorry, they're all fucked. Doesn't. Oh. Anyway, before I have another existential crisis midstream, we have Josh Z here. Coming in talking about Rebirth, saying, I can't believe I'm having so much fun Playing Rebirth still, nearly 400 hours. Oh my God. And I'm still not sick of it yet. Trying to 100%, not just platinum. Game of the year or Riot? Josh, I'm going to laugh when Rebirth isn't even nominated for Game of the Year. I'm just kidding. I think Rebirth will be nominated for Game of the Year. Yeah. It seems like one of the most obvious choices. I still haven't finished it. I don't know when I'm going to, but my God, 400 hours, dude. That's impressive. That's actually impressive. I got to say, I'm impressed with that. I'm glad you're still enjoying it, man. I do wonder when we're going to start to hear about part 3. I'm thinking maybe in like the next year and a half or so. We have Corey, the Legend Landiga, with a super chat saying, hope they'll hint a short bit of Black Sabbath's tune in Doctor Doom's scenes as a hint to the nerds in the theaters. They know we exist. Yeah, that would be great. I mean, I do wonder if they would choose a different Black Sabbath song. Because, I mean, yeah. Black Sabbath's Iron Man. Legendary song. Legendary scene in the movie, you know. So maybe they could choose a different I wonder what other Black Sabbath song would they use though? What would be a Black Sabbath song that'd be appropriate for Doctor Doom? War Pigs. War Pigs is such a good song though. I don't think that they would do that, but Paranoid. I don't know. Paranoid. Yeah, Paranoid could be. Bark at the Moon. Isn't that? I think that's an Ozzy song. Is it? Well, they could use an Ozzy song too. Children of the Grave. I don't know. I think that might be a little too dark. Waylark with another super chat. Appreciate it, buddy. You're saying, didn't they originally wear dress? Oh, wait. I already read that one. Yeah. I read that one ahead. And then Cypherpunk, you're saying most people still think Jesus was a white dude. LOL. Well, listen, and this will be the perfect place for me to end this so we can actually get to these topics because people are probably like, my God, dude, this is not a gaming stream anymore. If there's something I've learned about people is we will, I guess, because I'm a person too, we will come up with whatever suits us best. Whatever brings us the most comfort and whatever sounds best to us, usually, is what we will choose. That's how it goes, man. All right. Next topic. PS5's new audio. Dude, it feels so stupid. Like I feel like the stream is cooked, bro. I need to get my shit together. I'm serious. Like the people are going to ask like, dude, why are you losing subs? This is why I'm losing subs. Because people are like, bro, is this even a fucking PlayStation channel anymore? Like I'm trying to tune into your streams. And like after an hour and a half, we're talking about culture war. We're talking about religion. Like you know what? I'll tell you what this is. I'll tell you what this is. Guys, listen. This is due to the lack of members lounges recently. I'm sure you've noticed. I haven't been doing as many members lounges. That's on me. But this is the type of stuff we usually talk about in there. We save these types of conversations for the members lounge, and we still talk about gaming a little bit. And it's been too long. And so it's starting to bleed out into the regular streams here. It's also because, well, let's be honest. I don't want to sit here and make it sound like I'm just talking about random nonsense. Like the truth is a lot of this stuff we're talking about is topical, you know, like this is stuff that's, you know, that these are conversations that are happening right now. A lot of it stemming from the gaming industry, some of them not, some of the conversations not, but I don't know. I got to get this shit sorted because I need to get a little bit more organized. Lack of meaningful gaming topics. Yeah. But still, I feel like I'm dropping the ball because one of the things I want to try to get better at is, even when the gaming topics aren't as meaningful, or if not meaningful, not as interesting or exciting, maybe exciting is the best word to use, I still want to make sure I'm like, keeping up with it and letting people know what's going on. But all right, yeah, we'll move on to that topic. That's actually something I did want to be sure to talk about. So we are going to completely shift gears now. Okay, and we need to talk about the video game strike that has officially went into effect. This is something that, interestingly enough, I'm not seeing a lot of people talking about. I have seen some reporting on it, but this is going to be way more significant, potentially. I don't want to make it sound doom and gloom, because there's another angle to this where it might actually not be that serious at the end of the day. But it could have wide-reaching impact. So recently, well, let me just read you the article, okay? I have this article from VGC. It says, GTA 6 will not be affected by the SAG-AFTRA strike. Despite earlier confusion over the status of the game, according to Kotaku reporter Ethan Gatch, a representative for the union has said that performers working on the game are allowed to continue working on the project. It is currently unknown which performers are involved in the game, as outside of fans attempting to uncover the voice talent for the main two characters in Grand Theft Auto 6, little is known about the game's wider cast. The strike, which has been called by SAG-AFTRA, the labor union for American actors, began on July 26th. The strike was called after the union failed to negotiate acceptable protections around the use of AI for its members, it said. Last September, SAG-AFTRA members approved strike action if the union was unable to get terms it considered acceptable while negotiating the interactive media agreement. SAG-AFTRA had been in negotiations with several video game companies and their performance production arms since October of 2022, including Activision Productions, Blindlight, Disney Character Voices, EA Productions, Formosa Interactive, Insomniac Games, Epic Games, Take-Two Productions, VoiceWorks Productions, and WB Games. Those companies now likely won't be able to hire unionized actors to perform motion capture or voiceover work for their games. So, a couple of things to unpack here. Number one, the strike is happening. And as the stated, it is because there was a breakdown in negotiations, specifically with AI. Not too surprising. These companies are very unlikely to agree to anything that makes it so that they can't potentially exploit certain, certain characteristics, I guess you could say, of a voice actor or performer using AI. They're not going to agree to that. And obviously, if you are a voice actor and you're part of this union, you don't want to agree to anything other than that, because it's one of those things where if a company can exploit you, they likely will. And it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And as AI continues to advance and continues to improve, of course, we're already seeing game developers and publishers, mainly publishers and companies, talking about using AI to their advantage. As we continue to see that, this is going to become more of a problem. But here's the question. Well, there's a couple questions. The first question is, how long is the strike going to last? The second question is, how much of an impact is the strike actually going to have on the production and eventual release of video games? Well, there's a very important thing I want to acknowledge here before I attempt to answer those questions. Number one, it's not just GTA 6 that's unaffected. Any game that was in development prior to, I believe, May 2023. I could be wrong in the month, but I'm thinking it was May 2023. Any game that was in development prior to May 2023 is not impacted by this strike. So, for example, Wolverine, not impacted by this strike. However, any future Insomniac game, any game that started development after May 2023 is impacted. So how long is this going to last? Who knows? Could be years. Could literally be years. Could be months. Could be weeks. But it's one of those things where it's probably best to assume it's going to last a while. Because if the negotiations were going on this long and they still couldn't figure it out, it's unlikely that just overnight they're going to suddenly figure it out. The second question, how is this going to impact games? The production of games, the eventual release of games? Well, this is where the conversation gets a little bit more interesting, in my opinion. Because there's no doubt that this is going to have some level of impact on games that are in development, games that are targeting 2025, 2026, 2027, and beyond. There's no doubt this is going to have an impact. However, what we really need to ask is, will that impact truly be felt by these video game publishing companies? Will WB Games, will Take-Two Interactive, will Activision, will EA, will they find an alternative solution? The answer to this is probably yes. This is likely not going to end well for the actors involved with SAG-AFTRA. The reason why I say this is because the closest thing we could look at is the SAG-AFTRA strike that occurred in Hollywood. And if you remember when that was going on, that had a profound impact on movies and TV shows. And there was like a period of time where like everything practically ceased production. And there was this sense of urgency, like, man, we really need to figure this out because like everything's stopping. But see, the biggest difference here is that you're talking about Hollywood actors. Hollywood actors, the talent associated with acting in a movie and playing a role in a movie or a TV show, much more, I guess you could say, vital to the end product than, say, a voice actor is to a video game character. And that's just the truth. Voice actors in video games and performance capture artists are probably way more expendable than actual actors. You can't just replace an A-list Hollywood actor with a B-list actor and expect everybody to be like, I don't care. No. If it's for your big production movie, people are going to notice and they're probably going to be like, yo, what? I'm not seeing that now. Like my whole reason, like a big reason I wanted to see this movie is because of the actor that's in the movie and playing this role. It's not the same for video games. There is some level of that. There is some level. Like, it reminds me of when David Hayter was replaced by Kiefer Sutherland for Metal Gear Solid 5. Like, that to me was like the most I ever cared about. Oh my God. It felt like Snake just got replaced, you know? And that was probably like one of the more impactful ones. But there have been some others. But generally speaking, I don't know, man. A gamer is likely not going to say, oh, I'm not going to pick up this game because it doesn't have Troy Baker in it or Nolan North or I don't know. Like a gamer's probably going to be like, well, honestly, most gamers probably aren't even going to give a shit. And that's where I feel like this is not going to end well because unfortunately, it seems to me that the video game publishers have way more leverage than the actors do in this case. And I think the publishers know that. I think the publishers are willing to say, okay, strike. We're going to hire different talent, non-union talent, and we'll see how that goes. And the only way I could see this having a big impact is if there's like a string of games slated to come out in 2025, 2026, and 2027, where these are big name games with big name characters, where it just becomes clear that every character is voiced by some rando. You know, I mean, you guys could probably name a couple of, I don't know. I'm trying to think right now. Like, I mean, if we think of like Insomniac games, like Spider-Man 3, like, let me ask you, would the recasting of Yuri Lowenthal with somebody who sounds a lot like him, would that stop you from buying and playing Spider-Man 3? Better question. Would that stop the 10 million plus people who are going to buy Spider-Man 3 from doing so? I'm going to say probably not. Now let me ask you, if Tom Holland is replaced by some rando in Spider-Man 4 in the MCU, is that going to stop you from seeing the movie? Probably. You see what I'm saying? See, that's the difference we're working with here. And that's why, as far as I'm concerned, these actors are fucked. Now, I am on their side, by the way. Like, I think this situation sucks because I don't want to see these corporations have their way with AI and these actors and people who, you know, basically people who are afraid of getting fucked. I don't want to see them just get fucked by corporations. You know, I'm not, so just because I'm having a realistic take on this doesn't mean I'm not on their side. I am. But I also just understand that the video game market is very different from Hollywood, you know, from movies and TV. And unfortunately, I just don't think that the wider gaming market really cares that much or at all about who's voicing who and what and who's doing the performance capture in where, you know, for what game. And I think that SAG-AFTRA is likely going to be unsuccessful in this strike. So yeah, I just thought it was important to cover this because this is definitely something that, again, the effects of it will be felt. Maybe not by us like too much, but certainly the publishers are going to feel the effects, and the publishers are likely already looking at alternative solutions because the publishers are not going to give up. They're not going to give up, you know, the potential to exploit AI in the future. They're not going to do it. So I guess what I should say is be prepared to start hearing different voice actors in known games and established games with established characters where you suddenly, oh, and you know what? Listen, with that being said as well, I just also want to say that there is a chance that the quality could drop quite a bit. The voice acting, the mocap, that could be compromised. So we will see. And we have Michelle Butts here with a super chat, 20th time super chatting. Thank you so much for that, Michelle. I hope I'm saying your name correctly, by the way. I think I am. You're saying, should Ember Lab stay as a third party or exclusive for another company? I see they are working on Kain Bridge of Spirits for Xbox. It comes out next month. Could we expect a sequel soon or a new game? It's a good question. I haven't thought about Ember Labs in quite a while. And yeah, the last news we heard from them was that they were working on an Xbox port. I mean, I could see Ember Lab maybe wanting to strike up another deal with Sony, or maybe Sony with them, because it seemed to have worked out pretty well for both parties. The game was a big success on PlayStation, and Sony seemed pleased with it and their deal. But I don't know. It could also be one of these situations where now that they have the freedom to make an Xbox version and they're getting ready to release that they're like, you know what? Maybe we should just, now that we're familiar with the Xbox development environment, maybe it would be worth it. Maybe they're going to monitor how well Kain Bridge of Spirits sells on Xbox, and if it like doesn't do anything, maybe they'll just be like, oh, you know. It's also worth noting that Sony, as crappy as this sounds, maybe it's not like crappy, but I guess it's just logical, where Sony's probably starting to see that more and more developers and publishers are considering, they're actually like considering if they should even port their games to Xbox. Maybe Sony doesn't feel as much pressure to strike these deals. Like, for example, if Kain Bridge of Spirits does really, really poorly on Xbox, which I'm not saying it will, it could do fine. But if it like really doesn't sell at all, and they're like, "Whoa, we just like wasted our time," then there's a good chance that whatever their next game is, they might just say, "We don't need a deal with PlayStation. We're just not releasing it for Xbox." That's a possibility. That's actually a real possibility for many, especially independent games. So, yeah, it's one of these things where they're a talented team, and it wouldn't matter to me. Whatever they do next, it wouldn't necessarily matter to me too much whether or not it was going to be exclusive or not. I just think that they clearly felt good about the deal they made with Sony, and they talked about how successful they were with it, and I'm sure Sony helped them out a little bit. So I do wonder if they're going to make like a sequel or not, because yeah, they've been quiet for a while. We'll have to keep an eye on them. I do appreciate the super chat. But yeah, that pretty much wraps up our topic about the situation with SAG-AFTRA and the video game strike. I'll keep you guys updated for any like important updates. I'm not just gonna like, keep going on about it just because at this point like there's nothing left to say. We know all the pieces are in place, and we'll just have to wait for the next move. All right. I did have this topic here. PlayStation 5's new audio profiles are game-changing. This is what the beta testers are saying. PS5's new audio profiles feature, which is currently only available to beta testers, is making a difference of night and day for some players. Beta participants have been discussing new system features on gaming forums and social media and are unanimously praising personalized audio profiles, which are especially making a difference in multiplayer shooters. While some of the beta features like adaptive controller charging for DualSense and PSVR 2 Sense are only available on the slim PS5 models, audio profiles will be available to all players regardless of their console iteration. Players can set personalized 3D audio profiles for headphones and earbuds, both. Over on the PlayStation Reddit, players who have been testing audio profiles say that they make a remarkable difference when playing online shooters as they improve directional audio and make it easier to listen to things like enemy footsteps. Players testing the feature in single-player games have also given positive feedback, noting that it's easier to sense things in the environment. PS5's audio profiles require players to go through a comprehensive 7-step setup process to customize sound to their liking. Each console user can set up and save their own audio profile. So I just wanted to briefly mention this because this is seemingly the biggest feature coming in the next PS5 update. It's only in beta right now. And it seems like a lot of people were very underwhelmed at the announcement because they were like, Sony, this really doesn't feel like a meaningful feature that people were actually asking for. And to me, this seems like it could be one of those things where at first it seemed like it was a bit of a whatever feature and like who really cares. But once you actually get your hands on it and you get to customize your own audio profile, you're like, holy shit, this is like an actual game changer. I mean, I still use my Pulse Elite headset. I use it frequently, actually, and it still sounds great. And so when this feature does, I'm not in the beta test, so when this feature does become widely available to the public, I'm going to be really interested in testing this out and doing this 7-step setup process to see how big of a difference it makes. Because the thing is, for me, the Pulse Elite headset already sounds great, and I feel like I hear everything already. So, I guess I'm kind of in that camp where it's like I'm going to need to experience this myself and hear for myself like how big of a difference it really makes, because I don't know, man. Mark Cerny, he really made a big deal about audio with the PlayStation 5 when he did his road to PS5, and he seemed to be very fixated on, making sure that the audio quality experience is as high as it could possibly be on the PlayStation 5, and Sony in general has seemingly been putting a major emphasis on this. And here we are, 4 years practically into the generation, and they're still making significant improvements. And so I'm curious, is there anybody here right now that is part of the beta and has actually tried this? .3D audio is still a big thing. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people only wear headsets while they game or earbuds. But not a major topic. I just thought it was worth mentioning because, again, when I covered this, I did see that there were people who they seemed very underwhelmed. Gavin, you just gave me a code. What is this code for? The beta? .3D audio HDR. Oh, thank you for that, Gavin. I feel like somebody's definitely going to use it before me though, because I don't have my PlayStation on in front of me. Yeah, somebody's definitely taking that. Gavin out here trying to cover me though. I do appreciate it. Dewal Vanderkolf says, I'm busy tonight, so can't catch the stream, but thanks to whoever gifted me a membership. Really appreciate it. That's very nice. Well, yeah, just wanted to give you guys that small update, but I have 2 more topics, okay? This one I'm not going to spend too much time on just because it's a game series that I'm actually not familiar with, but I've seen so many people talk about it on my channel that I felt like there's no way I could not mention it. Another report from PlayStation Lifestyle. Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver 1 and 2 Remastered seemingly leaked. The unannounced Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver 1 and 2 Remastered has apparently been leaked by an attendant of the San Diego Comic-Con. References to the remaster were spotted next to Legacy of Kain merchandise like statues. The aforementioned reference to the remasters were found printed on labels for display cases holding Legacy of Kain merchandise at SDCC, photos and videos of which can be seen on Reset Era. SDCC 2024 will be running until Sunday, July 28th, so expect an announcement anytime today or over the weekend. At the time of this writing, developer Crystal Dynamics has neither commented on the leak or announced anything yet. Back in 2022, Crystal Dynamics seemingly hinted at the long-rumored revival of Legacy of Kain along with Gex, but we didn't get anything definitive at the time. Later that year, the developer announced that it had acquired both Tomb Raider and the Legacy of Kain franchises. Unfortunately, however, Crystal Dynamics was hit by layoffs following its parent company Embracer Group's large-scale restructuring. Numerous projects across the group were iced as a result, but it looks like Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver 1 and 2 Remastered survived the cuts. So, guys, has this been announced while I was streaming? But yeah, lot of people really hyped for this. You're surprised that I'm not familiar with Legacy of Kain. Yeah, I know the games. I never played them. For no particular reason. It's just one of those series that just like passed me by. Saying Legacy of Kain deserves new games. I'll buy the remasters though. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to figure out like how hype are you guys for this? It seems real. I mean, I don't want to say like 100% for sure. Because it's one of those things where, there is evidence right now, but we should just wait for the actual announcement before we get fully on board. But, yeah, how big of a deal is this? Hyper hype? Oh, damn. Boss, you hype? Boss is knocked out. That boy is knocked out right now. I'm hyped, so I don't got to play them on PlayStation 2. I do wonder what the quality of the remasters will be, or if it'll be like a package. I could see it being a package, like just 1 and 2. It's Amy Hennig's work. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Boss is just hearing bedtime lullabies. So, listen, I'm going to move on to the next topic. I apologize for being so short with these topics. I guess this is maybe why I end up going on these side quests and these side conversations, because I realize with some of these topics, I just don't have a whole lot to say. But you know what? I think I'm going to change the format, maybe. I'm really thinking about it, because I'm like thinking to myself, like, I had 6 topics lined up, and there's no reason, truthfully, like, there's no reason why I should be sitting here almost 3.5 hours into the stream, and I'm just now getting to the end of the topics, because I think what I'm going to do, maybe, I think I'm going to open my streams and just go through the topics. Like, I'm just going to, like, almost like I would a news video. Like, for the first 10, 15 minutes of the stream, I'm just going over each topic bullet point by bullet point. And then from that point, like, after that, we'll kind of weave in and out of discussing the topics. I think I'm going to do that, because I do need to, if anything, just for the sake of retaining the people who are still subscribed to my channel or who still tune in. And then maybe like later in the streams, or again, the members lounges, we can kind of go off the path. Because I'm just like, how did I get here, man? It's 3 hours and 18 minutes into the stream, and I'm just now getting to the final topic. But anyway, the final topic is about Lost Soul Aside. So I'm going to bring this footage up. I will say I'm going to keep the sound off, but we're just going to watch it together. Oh, hold on. I have to... Just give me 1 sec so I can get this set up. All right. So it's not actually 22 minutes of Lost Soul Aside gameplay. It's about 8 minutes, and I'm going to have it playing in the background. But this is a game, just before we, Lost Soul Aside is a China Hero Project game. It's a PlayStation 5 exclusive, and it's one of the PS5 games from the China Hero Project that seems to have the most potential. It's like somewhat Final Fantasy inspired. The problem with this new demo we got is nothing that we're seeing. A lot of people actually really like what we're seeing with this gameplay. The actual problem is that there is still no release window at all. attached to this game, and it's beginning to upset some players and some people who've been waiting for this game, because they're starting to really feel like this is going to turn into one of those games that, I mean, it's clearly not vaporware. Like it's a pretty fleshed out game. But people are just starting to get worried that like this game isn't coming out this generation. Like it's just year after year we keep hearing about it, we keep seeing new footage, we keep seeing it show up at China Joy, but you're saying not the best showcase, to be fair. I mean, yeah, so this is a very contained showcase, and it tells me that maybe the game's development progress is taking a lot longer than expected, because while this does look good, you can see like it's not showing off like big areas of the game. Right now, they're really just showing off the combat. And I think after this section, they show off like a little boss battle. But outside of that, they don't show much. And so, yeah, it's just like one of these awkward situations where people are very eager to see more of this game and to find out when they're going to be able to play it. But as of right now, I think China Joy is about to end tomorrow. As of right now, the developer is not giving much info on that. I think 2026. I mean, it's weird because I feel like last year the developer said, and maybe this could be due to like mistranslation or something, or I don't know, just something like that. But I feel like last year the developer said that this game was slated for 2024. And actually, I do remember that, because every time we would talk about the 2024 PS5 exclusive lineup, we would always mention Lost Soul Aside, or people would remind me like, "Oh, don't forget Lost Soul Aside." And you know, could it come out this year still? I don't think so. I mean, this is the first time we're seeing new footage of it since last year, I believe, and they're not saying anything. They're not giving us a release window. Could they release a demo or something? That would be great. That'd be cool. But yeah, I would definitely like to get more info, because like what I'm seeing looks really good. The combat looks really fast paced. Looks really smooth. Look at that. It looks great. It does. It looks really fun. Devil May Cry vibes. Yeah, maybe like a mix of Devil May Cry and Final Fantasy. Rich Rod 908 says, MB Gangsta, let's get gangsta and teach Colt Eastwood a lesson. BVRN, his Xbox, or sorry, burn. I don't know why I read it like that. Burn his Xbox in front of his face and make him cry. What Bluepoint game, by the way? Man, Rich Rod, I'm not taking your frustrations out on Colt Eastwood, bro. You got some beef with this man. Burn his Xbox. That sounds bad for the environment, bro. But when it comes to Bluepoint, earlier in the stream, we were looking at some new leaked, I say that in quotes, concept art, unintentional concept art that got out, and it seems like it's linked to Bluepoint's next project. Yeah, Gaming Survivor sees it. He's like, bro. I hope we hear more about Lost Soul Aside, because it looks very promising. Like, this gameplay looks really good. Man, boss, why? Too much fur. What do you guys think? What do you think of this? Rate this Lost Soul Aside gameplay out of 10. What rating would you give it out of 10? Muhammad give it a 9. It does look pretty good. Solid 7. Gaming Survivor, you give it an 8. 8.5. So far, all high ratings. It does look promising. There's a lot of different abilities I'm noticing. Like a lot of different special abilities. The effects look good too. I mean, the footage is really compressed. It's worth noting. Like, I think the game actually looks significantly better than what we're seeing here because the footage that's on YouTube is extremely compressed. It's not even in 4K. You give it a 1 out of 10? I wouldn't say it's a 1. No. What game is this? This is Lost Soul Aside. It's probably the most anticipated China Hero project from PlayStation. I feel like this boss battle's been going on forever, though. Holy shit. That took a while. Is there a second phase? First, you're saying this is the first console game from a Chinese studio that looks good? I'd say this and Black Myth Wukong. In like the AAA space, from what I can tell. You think it looks beautiful? I think right now the devs are just talking. It's all in Chinese. That's why I don't have the audio playing. It's all in Chinese. Like the devs are just talking this whole time in Chinese. All right, I have something else I want to react to though, guys, that you might find interesting. So that's Lost Soul Aside. Again, we're going to have to wait to get more info on that, but that's the latest gameplay. It's looking really good. I'll update you guys when we get new info. But I want to react to another video here that I recently came across. It's a little bit different. But this video title is Rocksteady Back Then versus Rocksteady Today. Let me make sure the audio is on for this one.
More.
Rocksteady Back Then versus Rocksteady Today.
Victor.
They wanted me to join them, help fight you. I refused, so they took her. They took Nora. Because of you. She'll die without my care. But they said they'll return her in exchange for Batman.
Warning, cryogenerator unstable.
If you trust them, Victor, take your shot.
Warning, cryogenerator unstable.
Find her, Batman. Please.
I will. Get the ship under control.
This is still Batman Arkham Knight.
My work, the equipment, it's all gone. I can't save you. Maybe there's another way.
Victor, This isn't you. I won't let you destroy yourself anymore. I wish I could have told you sooner.
I don't want you to die, Nora.
Then let me live.
We won't have much time. Days.
Time never has been on our side, Victor.
Here.
Victoria Frias, I presume.
Amanda Waller. So tell me again about the partner benefits.
The deductibles are hell.
Whoa! Like a giant collectible! She's in mint condition! BNIB!
Nora has undergone vitrification. She is not an action figure.
I think they are bonding.
Shark, we didn't go through all that to make friends. We need her tech to win the war.
Bob Kane is rolling over in his grave.
Statistically, it's extremely unlikely you can stop Brainiac.
Make it stop.
Come on.
Fuck.
I thought you'd be up for taking the long shot, no matter the cost.
Oh, tingly.
These are your world's finest scientific minds? What happened here?
More like what the fuck happened to your game, dude? Oh my god.
Good for them. Cute couple. You got strong and you got silent.
I eliminate Brainiac from the multiverse, and you fulfill your end of the deal. Yes?
First, a little downtime, Doctor. Luther has some files on metahuman tissue regeneration that I'd like an expert opinion on. Don't worry, ma'am. We'll look after her. Does she like store brand or name brand? I've got protein bars.
Holy shit, dude. What the fuck happened? How could anybody involved with this project think that this is anything other than a joke? Like, what happened? How did we get here? God damn. Yeah, I came across that. That's Sweet Baby Ink. The talent left. Yeah, I think you're right. The talent left. And I think that's obvious. Man, that game looks terrible, man. Well, anyway, yeah, I just kind of wanted to... I randomly came across that video earlier today. And I just thought it would be worth watching. Are the former developers doing anything else? I know the former heads of Rocksteady, they did form a new studio, and I think they actually struck a partnership with Microsoft. So, yeah. Levy H, you're saying phobic much? No. That has nothing to do with my dude. The whole thing that highlighted to me was how shitty like the writing has gotten. Where like just those short, brief scenes you see with Mr. Freeze and Batman and Nora, like they were written well. And they were like there was actually some level of emotion being conveyed, and just I don't know, man. The Suicide Squad, what they're doing, it's like it seems like it's like some kind of fan fiction or something. It like doesn't seem at all real. It's just I don't know, man. Also, is that character like I don't know? Is that Mrs. Freeze? I don't know. Is that canon or is that in the comics? I didn't even look into it. It doesn't matter. It just seems like a I don't know strange decision. Nora Freeze. Yeah, I don't know. Talk about a flop though, man. The Suicide Squad. I mean that game. That game, I think they're very close to just giving that game out for free. I still wouldn't play it if it was free. So you feel like it was made for 10 or 14-year-olds, which maybe it is. Yeah. Yeah, they gave it away with Prime deals last week. That's bad, man. It's real bad. Well, I don't know. I'm speaking with my wallet. I've been speaking with my wallet, dude. Like, the last time WB got my money through Rocksteady was with Batman Arkham Knight. So. Gotham Knights, while still not great, is a better time. Yeah, Gotham Knights seems way better than Suicide Squad, which is crazy. MBG, do you think Sony is coming with a showcase 30th anniversary soon? I hope so. I hope so. I mean, I'm not going to go on another rant, but yeah, you would think Sony has something planned, right? Something. All right, let me see what else is left here. If there's anything. The Xbox 360 marketplace is officially closed. I didn't even know about that. All right, well, so here's what we'll do. We'll just hang out for a little bit here for a couple more minutes. We'll just chat with each other. We'll do like a last call for any membership gifts or super chats. Last call for any, fan funding. We don't do members content on Sundays, but I should be back. Well, we will have streams coming up this week. So please be on the lookout for those, and we'll do some members content as well. How are the workouts going? Pretty good, I'd say. Pretty good. I'm struggling to remain consistent. That's my biggest struggle. I would say I'm consistent enough to where I'm working out multiple times a week, every week, but I would like to strive for truthfully, I want to strive to work out 5 to 6 days a week and only have 1 or 2 rest days. And I have not been consistent enough. Bulking or losing weight? Right now, I think it's safe to say I'm bulking. I would like to burn a little bit of body fat, but it's hard to do that while trying to gain muscle. So, what have I been playing? Actually, I hinted earlier in the stream. I don't know if anybody caught it, but I hinted earlier in the stream a game I'm going to play. And I actually reinstalled Helldivers, and I think I'm going to start playing Helldivers again a little bit soon, because I think I'm going to play the new update when it comes out. At least give it a try, you know? And I'm going to be playing Astro later in August as well to prepare for Astrobot. Why does MBG seem depressed lately? Do I seem depressed, guys? I mean, I can't tell. I mean, I don't feel depressed. So a little, it's probably that lack of a PlayStation showcase, you know. A little bummed about the lack of PlayStation goodness. I seem off my game. I probably am, yeah. You know what it is? Is it's like I'll be honest, man. Like, dude, I'm not excited about gaming right now. Like, I'm not depressed. I think that's a bit intense. But when it comes to gaming, I'm not excited right now. I'm excited about what's coming in the coming months. But like in this moment, in the month of July, I hope August is better. I'm not, and you know, it's normal. I always get like this, like every summer. This is why I'm thinking about maybe buying a PlayStation Portal. By the way, guys, we still got time. If we hit 150 members, I'll buy that PlayStation Portal. But this is why I'm thinking about it, because I'm just kind of like, you know, boss, can you not put your asshole like directly in the camera, dude? Why do you do that? No, you are not allowed to do that. He just straight up gets up and his ass will just be like right here. Like, why? Why do you do this, boss? What about Final Fantasy VII? Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. That's the thing, is like, I'm just not feeling it right now. I'm not, truthfully. I do think I'm going to get back to it. I'm almost starting to think if I'm gonna like end up waiting. You know, like till we get close to the third one, and I'll be like, all right, well, you know what? I never did finish the second one. I never did finish Rebirth. Because it's like more time goes on, I don't know. It's getting left behind. I feel bad though, because I think the game like overwhelmed me straight up. It feels dead silent right now. It really is. I think, you know, it's not a matter of like, oh, there's nothing to play. It's not about that. It's just in terms of like when I'm setting up these streams, like, guys, the topics that I have to go over, it's like, yeah, there's really not much going on. Like there's a reason why these streams are like turning into half of them talking about other stuff, because there's just not much going on. And it's not going to stay that way forever, obviously. But it just seems like really at this point in time, it'll be a matter of let's see what August brings. More Concord news. Just talk about some Xbox news. Is there Xbox news? I'm not hearing anything about it on the Xbox side of things either. Not that I pay as close attention, but all right, guys. Somebody drop a Hey. Somebody drop another 20 bomb, and we'll give boss some snacks here, or a 10 bomb, or a 10 and a 5. Can you see him? He demands it. Look at him, bro. How's Luna doing? She's doing good. Yeah, she wasn't in here today. I don't know where she is, but she's definitely doing good. Dude, she gets the zoomies every morning. She goes like crazy every morning. Boss. I'm just waiting for one day he actually like breaks this thing. It just like falls apart midstream. You gotta fatten her up like Boss. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to put Boss on a little bit of a diet. Not extreme, but I'm checking for something real quick. Oh, here you go. I got a little surprise if it lets me do it. You right, guys, ready for this? I don't know. I feel like I got to leverage this. I made a little Boss short. Nothing crazy. It's nothing crazy, but a little funny Boss short. If we hit 75 members, I'll play it. I'll release it here on stream. But only if we hit 75 members, guys. If not, it's just going to have to stay hidden away. The greatness that is this this stupid Boss short that I made. It's so funny, dude, because I have no idea why I made it. Like, I really, I don't know. I was just like, this is perfect. Boss is the alpha male of the house. The way he acts, you would think. You would think. ABG, I was watching your older streams recently. Irvin, you were saying you couldn't tell? Or you're saying Boss doesn't look much bigger to you? Yeah, I don't know. He's only a little. I think he's probably only like a pound or two. I think he could drop that. And Hicksock comes in. Hicksock's like, I want to see this video, the short that MBG made. He drops a single membership gift. Hicksock knows what he's doing. Hicksock is like, this is how we do it, man. This is how we get the membership train rolling. I appreciate that, buddy. Thank you. Yeah, guys, remember, you can always drop a single membership gift. They help a lot as well. We just need at this point, actually, let me see. I said earlier that we needed a certain amount of members to unlock another emote. At first it said 27. Then we hit 27. Then it said 97. And I don't know why I did that. It's very annoying. Now it says 66. Holy shit. It says we need 66 members for the next emote. That's what it says. It's probably fucking lying though. But wow, 66. There it is. There it is, guys. Oh, you wanted to say he seems a bit more fat. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm glad you clarified that. Boss, you are getting fat, dude. I've been using the laser pointer, though. I'll let you know. I've been using the laser pointer to get him to move around a little bit more, to run around a little bit more. And I'm trying to like, see, one of the problems I'm having right now is he keeps trying to eat Luna's food. And like, I have to yell at him like, dude, you have your own food. Stop being so fat. He knows I'm talking about him. Like, just stop. Just stop, dude. You have your own food. He's turning into Garfield. Greedy boss. He is greedy. I feel like I give him more than enough food every morning. And you are getting big though, dude. I think I'm gonna have to get very serious about, like, I think when I give him treats, dude, it's gonna have to be like 3 or 4 treats at a time, or like even just 2. Sorry, bro. I'm sorry. You just, it's for your own good. It's okay. We all get out of shape sometimes, boss. We all get out of shape. I did it to him with all those snacks. No, you're probably right. You know, it's weird to me though, because like, I don't know, the snacks are so small, but yeah, I don't know. I guess they add up. I think he eats dry food all throughout the day as well. I think that's what it is, because I don't overfeed him regularly. I actually give him slightly less than, well, no, I give him the exact amount he needs of wet food. I think I have to start restricting both the amount of snacks I give him and his dry food a little bit, because he's I don't want him to get unhealthy. Right now he seems within range, like he could definitely work it off pretty quick, because he gained it pretty quick. I'll tell you that. We talking about anything good? We're talking about Boss's obeseness, his obesity. We gotta help him out. Come on, boss. Do some push-ups. You know, one of the funniest things, though, I'll tell you, that I'm seeing with I told you guys when I first got Luna, for like the first week and a half, Boss was not getting along very well. But now that it's been like over 2 weeks, I think it's going on almost 3 weeks, they're all getting very much they're starting to get along. And I noticed that Luna is starting to get very brazen, where Luna originally was very scared of Boss, and now, dude, earlier today, Luna was on the sofa, and she was like crouched down in her hunting stance. And Boss just comes trotting out into the living room, just like, like, hey, Dad, what's up? Just that dumb look on his face as always. And he just comes trotting out to the living room, and he starts walking up to the sofa. And, dude, she just launches herself at him, and he fucking jumps. Like, he really got scared. And I guess after that, he was like, oh, hell no. So he started walking, like, behind the sofa and, like, going towards the steps. And there's and Luna still was after his ass, dude. She was, like, hunting him still. And I at that point, I think I don't think Boss is the alpha anymore, dude. Because he was I don't know. I think maybe this is what he was afraid of the whole time. It was so funny, though. Magnum Gaming says PSVR 2 is $200 off in the US for a limited time. I think the reason why Sony halted production was to put parts factories in a chokehold. Yeah, we talked about this a little bit earlier, Magnum Gaming. I don't know if you want to come back when the stream is done and the timestamps are up, but we had a whole section where we talked about PSVR 2. Yeah, I mean, we're all speculating about why Sony did this. I'm leaning more towards, I think that they just have too much inventory at this point. Too many PSVR 2 units that they're just sitting on and not selling. And they have to find, they got to find a way to move them. And so dropping it, I mean, because $200, that's a lot, dude. That's a steep price drop. How old is Boss? Once you are 35 plus, it's impossible to lose weight. He's 6 years old, so I think in cat years he's older than 35, or he's like at about that age, or he's like 40 or something. Like in cat years to human years, I think he would be like between 35 and 40. All right, okay. I see we're almost at the 4-hour mark. All right, well, guys, listen, I think this is where I'm going to wrap the stream up. Don't want to just, keep it going for the sake of it at this point. Oh, wow, cat lived for 14 years. That's a long time. Yeah, I don't know, man. Boss, he's the biggest problem with Boss, and I'll say this before I head out, is he has this problem where he likes to eat and chew things that I'm pretty sure 99% of other cats would know not to eat or chew and actually try to swallow. And he's very stupid in that way. Like, not even being mean, like he's just very special in that way where it's like, bro, why are you trying to eat that? And I have to always be mindful of the stuff that's around because he likes I don't know, he likes anything that he likes plastic and shit. I don't know, man. He's kind of weird. Boss, you're weirdo. You're weird, bro. And before we head out here, we have PlayStation Pete with another super chat. Thank you, buddy. He says, struggling with boss Raven. She's the third to last boss in the game. If I can't defeat her, should I trade it in? I would buy Astrobot controller. There is no Astrobot controller. There's only a Concord controller. Yeah, I know. Isn't that crazy? Sony made a fucking limited edition controller for Concord, but not Astrobot. What is going on there? But no, I want to say persist, dude. Just persist. Even if you got to take a little break, take a day or two off. Don't trade. You've come too far. You got to beat it. I know you can. I know you can. You can do it. Trust me. I've run up to into challenges in games where I had to actually take like a couple days break and come back fresh before I could complete it. It'll happen. Just persist. I wouldn't trade it in. You could do it, PlayStation Pete. We believe in you. We believe in you. But I appreciate the super chat, man. And I think, yeah, this is where we will end the stream. So, guys, I have one last request as you're heading out. Please hit that like button for me, okay? We're sitting at 212 likes. Let's see if we can bump that up maybe to 225 by the time it's all said and done. Really appreciate all the support you guys have shown today. Again, I do know that the streams are a little bit all over the place, so I'll try to get a little bit better with this. I'm going to try to get a little bit more organized. I think I'm going to start just running through the topics back to back to back once we start the stream. So that way, regardless of how insane some of these conversations end up getting, if you're somebody who you want it to go over the topics and hear what's going on, you can at least get that. But yeah, I want to give a big shout out to this community. We hit 61 members today. Really, really appreciate all the support. Simply couldn't do what I do here without that support. All right. So if you're somebody who dropped a membership gift or became a member, huge shout out to you guys. Really appreciate it. Also want to make sure I give a big shout out to everybody who dropped a super chat. Super chats are just as important and are also direct, fan funding. And you guys are the sponsors of this channel. So even here in the dog days of summer, you are keeping it alive and keeping it going. And I'm very, very thankful for that. So big thanks to this community. Also want to make sure I give a shout out to Devil Shooter for doing the timestamps. Does a great job. If you see him in the comments, show him some love. Dark Horse, you're saying real quick, MVG, have you played the 2v8 Dead by Daylight? I did, yeah. It's pretty fun. It was a little bit different than I expected, but it's totally chaotic. And I gotta say, they did a good job because the way I originally envisioned it, I realized wouldn't work because the rounds would literally be like 45 minutes long. It would be ridiculous. They would just go on for too long. So they seem to have thought of everything, and it's pretty well balanced. And I had fun. I had fun playing. I'm still having fun playing it. So totally chaotic. Yeah. The worst, I got to say real quick, though, the worst is when you're running from two killers at once, and they sandwich you. Oh, man. Yeah, not good. Not good, but still fun. But all right, guys, I hope you enjoyed the rest of your day. I probably will have another stream coming tomorrow. We'll see. If not, definitely Tuesday. So that does it. Enjoy the rest of your day. I will catch all of you guys in the next one. So until next time, take care, everyone.